That's the shofar. Hashiram Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Akarayim, Iopinia. No or not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayosha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shua. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha, Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Abakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ata, Latazak, no or not thou murder. La'ata, Kanab, no or not thou adultery. La'ata, Ganab, no or not thou steal. La'ata, Anashikar, no or not thou testify falsely. La'ata, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No or not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes. Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Praise God! Praise God!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Oh, praise to the Most High. Hold on, get myself together. Better get yourself together. Yeah. Ooh. Dun, dun, dun. All right. Let me get my. Oh, they messing with my thing already. One bar. Come on, bro. What y'all doing? What y'all doing? Come on, get your stuff together. Come on, StreamYard, get your life together. Let me check my mic level. Mic level. Mic's kind of low. Mic's kind of low. Mic level. Mic level. Mic level. I don't know if I'm gonna get louder later, but y'all remind me to turn it down if I get louder later. I think the mic will get louder as it warms up, because where's that at? It's at 48, and I'm all right, there you go. All right, so there we go. I'm gonna have to probably turn it down a little later. All right, so I'm gonna leave it up for now. I shouldn't be like yelling or nothing tonight. Really just teaching. All right, so we got a lot. Y'all gonna learn a lot tonight. Got a lot of teaching to do, so much I don't even know where to start. Oh, I'm small on the screen. What in the world is happening? For no good reason. Let me see where that's at. That's a little better. And that one is more better. All right. So now, welcome to the house of Yah, everybody worldwide. I'm Uncle Yahya, known as Uncle Yahshua. It's the 7th day of the Mosai Shabbat Yah Shalom. Sorry guys, just getting a little stretch going on. Let's get going. crack the neck. We about to go to war with the script tonight. How the Greeks wrote the Bible that you read. Explained step by step. The Greeks wrote the Bible that we are reading today. Every Bible that all of us is reading today, unless you got some old Hebraic manuscripts, or you're doing some Babylonian or the Mishnah or whatever, you are reading a Greco-Roman Bible. The Greeks. All right, a Greco-Roman. Now, tonight, about, what time is it? 9:19? About an hour from now, 10 o'clock, I want my brothers and sisters, all y'all in the ministry and those who I'm about to invite, let me invite them now so they can join me on the screen. Invite guests. I want y'all to remind me, copy. Shabbat Shalom, everybody, worldwide. Shabbayat is the seventh day, set apart day. Shalom is peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. So I'm putting my, go to the comments. Sorry, I haven't seen the comments. All right, Control V, enter. Now, that's the link for my brothers and sisters to join me. About 10, 10:15, I want all y'all to remind the brothers and sisters on the screen to tell me, just in case I don't see the chat, to do this teaching. I got some Habariyah, original pictographic Hebrew words to teach tonight. And I want to do it at a time before y'all get too tired, because usually when I say that, then I don't designate an actual hour to do it. Then it'd be like 3 hours later, and then I'm just getting started. So for those of you who gathering your snacks and gathering your food or whatever for our Friday night Shabbat Bible study time, I want y'all to also gather a pen and paper, or some of you use your phone. If you use your phone, it's fine to dictate, to write your notes and stuff. But there's going to be quite a few Habariyah words that you're going to learn tonight, and it's very important. So as the Most High instructed me, you'll be learning our original tongue, the Habariyah, through the sojourning of these teachings. I don't know when I'm going to teach the words. I don't know, when he's going to instruct me to teach it, but he said it is not to be sold, shall to be sparrow. It is not to be sold, it is to be earned. And the way that you guys are going to earn the language is by sojourning in the house, watching the studies, watching whatever on the replays, and then the words will be taught, the tongue, the language, the Habariyah, not the Canaanite Hebrew. We've learned the Canaanite Hebrew. I'm going to explain that. I'm going to show y'all some good stuff tonight. We ain't going to explain that, so don't worry. I ain't going to offend nobody tonight. I ain't going to talk about your Canaanite Hebrew language that you learn, but you're going to see that it's going to be very good. So it's quite a few Habariyah words we're going to learn tonight. So you're going to have to write them down. Hakiyama will write them and probably put them on the screen, and the brothers and sisters from the assembly will put it in the chat. But you need to start building your vocabulary. You understand? Those, what's they call them? Those convertites. Those Ashkenazi convertites. That's why I got to start calling them, so people can know really who I mean. Those Ashkenazi convertites, when they went over into the land of Yasharal, all right, in 1948 and all that, they started teaching those people from Europe, those Ashkenazim, teaching them the what's they called, the Yiddish, that Babylonian Hebrew, all right, Babylonian Canaanite Hebrew, Amorite, all right, and so we, the lost sheep of the house of Yasharal, the children of Yasharal, that's identity was stolen, that the Greeks took our history book and transcribed it, translated and transliterated into their tongue, okay? And so now we are speaking, they took a lot of the actual manuscripts, all right, and transliterated, and they took the name of the Father out and they changed. They wrote their likeness. The Bible says they write their image and likeness, all right? Shout out Sister Sarah, all right? Now, we so we're going to, sorry, I have just seen the chat. We're going to learn a lot, all right? And so we are going to, the same way that those Ashkenaz convertites teach their youth this language, I'm instructed to teach the children of the Most High the original Habariah, not the Canaanite Paleo Hebrew, but the original Habariah. All right, praise the Most High. And it is earned from all of the lessons that you watch, the hours that you consume. You are earning the tongue as it goes, and you're getting your pen and paper, and you keep coming back in your vocabulary. All right, all right. So now, let my brothers and sisters in. Shalom, Elder Yazayan and Yanapa. Shalom Hakyama. All right. Let's get started. I got so many. Abba, give me the Abba, I ask you for the patience, the grace to give me the right places to start. And may you cover this lesson. And may I feed your children as well as best that I can. In your name, in your rightful name, in your holy order. Under the order, in the name of your only your Son who comes in your holy name. Mashayak. All right, Yahweh Shah. Yahayashah. All right, now,
Excuse
Mashayak
me.
is Messiah in Hebrew. Yes.
Someone asked for a prayer request. First name Sarah. She says, "Please pray for my stalkers to go away."
Praise Yah. So, House of Yah, could you please send out some prayers for our sister Sarah? So, for her stalkers to go away, we pray that the what do you call those? The infidels, the devilish, possessed, the followers of darkness, may they flee from your righteousness, daughter of Yah. May you be covered in the name of our Mashiach, who comes in the holy name of our Father. May the unrighteous flee. May the darkness dispel from your light. May you go forth in spirit and in truth and in covering of the Most High in his holy name. The name of the Most High is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. So your safety is in your righteous acts and deeds, the things that you live in your life as you seek in the oneness and the truth of the Most High, our Father, our Abba, on the path, the Dalayat, that the Messiah leads us down, the Mashiach, and your righteousness will cover you. And may the Most High bless and cover your steps and you and your family. In the name of our Mashiach, who comes in the name of our Abba Yah, we say Hallelujah, Shalala, and Aman Yah. Praise the Most High. That's Hallelujah, Selah, and Amen. For the, I guess, what, English language? Yeah, English tongue. All right, praise Yah. All right, let's go. So now, okay, I got so much. How am I bring this? Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, start here, because I got like maybe in, so I'm about 10:20, maybe an hour from now, signal me, and I'm going to go into the part that teaching the Hebrew, the Habariah, so people have their pen and pad. I don't want it to get too late when I break that down. So I'm going to stop wherever I'm at, and I'm going to go right into it, and then I'll come back to where I left off at afterwards. All right, so let me see. Where's my mic at? The mic is kind of low. Let me turn it up some. All right, because I'm talking calm. All right, so I hope I remember when I get louder earlier. It's still kind of low. I don't know why it's so low, but I guess because I'm talking so low. All right, I think I'm going to get a little louder. So anyway, if I get excited, I just don't like when it peaks. But I definitely don't want it too low. All right, so let's get started. How the Greeks wrote the Bible that we read. Share screen, right? Window. Where are you at? Bang, share. Okay. Let me see what y'all see. Let me make it full screen. Move that over. Make it a little bigger. I really like this thumbnail. I think it looks really, really purty. Right? It's purty. I was like, because I'll be testing so many different ones, and I was like, I think I like this one. It looks pretty. It's pretty. I like the colors. It's dope. how the Greek wrote the Holy Bible. I like this thumbnail. It looks pretty far. All right. Now, I'm going to do, where should I start? Let me start with my intro. And then, let me start with my intro. Y'all going to learn. So tonight, Elder Yahya Zayan, I'm going to go through the Helens. I'm going to go through Helen tonight, too. I didn't see last time. The elder all the way through the end was like, where's Helen? Do Helen. And I'm like, oh man, I wish I would have saw that. If I would have saw you writing that in the comments, I would have did Helen. And I forgot. I'll be having so much to do. I have forgot. But tonight I'm gonna definitely do Helen. All right. Everybody worldwide, children of the Most High, of every nation, kindred, and tongue, and people. That's what the Bible says. Most of us read the Bible, right? Most people around the world read the Christian Bible. Yeah, that's the part many people need to understand. This is the Christian Bible. All right. But few actually know who wrote the Bible. In this video, in this live stream tonight, I'm going to walk you step by step through how the Greeks shaped the Bible that most people hold today. We're going to break down from their translations and their philosophies to their influence on early church doctrine. Before this movement was called Christianity, this religion, the people were called the followers of the way. This was the original faith, belief of a set-apart group of people that belongs to the 12 tribes of Yasharal, the Israelites, Yasharalites, okay? And one specific tribe where the Messiah, Mashayah, which means in the original Habariyah, ancient Hebrew, pictograph Hebrew tongue, the Savior, deliverer, okay, the anointed, or deliverer, Savior, Mashayat, he's the Mashayat, but Mashayah means deliverer, okay, Savior. Now, and that was Moses' name in our original tongue. Habariyah people, these were Hebrew people. The way you say Hebrew in their original tongue, ours, is Habariyah, not Hebrew. That's English, okay? Habariyah is what these people were. And Mashayah, what they call Moses, right? And in the Canaanite Hebrew, Moshe, that ain't his name, Mashayah, that means deliverer. And it was his purpose to deliver the children. Every Habariyah name denotes an actual purpose. Okay, so you just can't change names because it has a meaning and it denotes an actual literal purpose and function of the names. All right, so the before this religion was ever called Christianity, there was a thing called the way. In the original Habariyah tongue, that's called Dalayat. Dalayat is the way, the pathway, and the door. That's an Adiyat letter in the Habariyah language, which is Lashayan, right? The way. Okay. This was the original faith of a set apart, right? Faith Amayat, faith of a set apart group of Hebrews, Hebrew Yasharalats, children of Israel. All right. Now, they were called Tamadayan Ha-Dalayat. In their language, that means followers of the way. Tamadayan Ha-Dalayat. Now, but the Greek culture, as the Greek culture mixed with the Hebrew scriptures, the words were reinterpreted. The words from this translation and transliteration of I think it was the king of Egypt, what's his name? Philadelphus II, if I remember correctly, and him commissioning, well, actually enslaving 72 Hebrew elders, because that's what it was. But they try to rewrite history like they trying to do today and say slavery is okay. Slavery is a good thing. The slavery wasn't, the black people, they liked the slavery. See, that's the conquerors trying to rewrite the narratives. So yeah, ain't nothing new under the sun. That's what they did back then. So if you look today, they'll say, well, he asked 72 Hebrew elders to nicely, could you come nicely? And I'm a lock you on an island by yourself, right? It's crazy work, right? I'm gonna lock you on the island by yourself, but could you translate your holy sacred scriptures into my language? All right, now listen to this. That right there, the reason how when you use your common sense, you know that this couldn't have ever been what word could you say? A willing thing that these 72 Hebrew elders would do. You know why? Because once you understand the culture of the Habariya, the Hebrew people, you would understand that their God, quote unquote, their Allah, right? Their creator, this monotheistic deity, what they say they believe is the Most High creator, his manuscripts, because they didn't have a Bible, his texts, manuscripts, were actually sacred to them, set apart. That's called Kayadash in their tongue, Habariya, set apart, sacred. You would 100%, if just the basic scholarship, right? Basic exegete is once you see what the culture of this faith of these people and their creator, or so-called God, as they like to say in the English tongue, it would be a sin and a transgression to transliterate their creator, the Most High's holy words, into a language of bastardized, polytheistic, fallen angel, Greek men on men language that was stolen, or they like to say adapted. Y'all see these words? From the Phoenicians. And the Phoenicians are actually following of the fallen angel. Jezebel was a Phoenician. They polytheistic, serve fallen angel gods. So if you know any type of exegete of any type of text, or just basic history and studying show yourself approved, you would not fall for the lie that the Greeks just said, could you send 72 of your elders, and we just want them to transliterate their holy scriptures into our bastardized language of serving gods, which want to penetrate the anal of little boys, the gods that they serve. You'll see in a second. You'll see, right? And they say, but now they writing it like it was just a collaborative effort, and they were just sequestered, and they just went to Yahadayah, Judea, to the tribe of Judah, and they just Jerusalem, Yarashalam, and they just said, could you send us 72 of your elders? They wouldn't have, let's say honestly, if it was a thing where the Greeks, well, they weren't Greeks then, they were Hellenists. First of all, hell is in what they were. They weren't Greeks till later to Rome conquered them and called them a slur, Greek, okay? That they conquered the ones on the Great Ghost Island, all right? They conquered on that smaller island, and they just named them all Greeks, all right? Now, I gotta make sure I don't get distracted. So if the Hellenists, what they now call the Greeks, would have nicely and politely after they conquered Egypt. You understand? Unalive Diddy conquered, they running. It's like me taking over your house. It's like me coming to your house right now, all y'all at home, and conquering your house and taking it by force. You ain't gonna give me your house, right? You're not gonna give me your house just because I come in and say, excuse me, can I have your house? You'll be like, huh? Right? So I conquer your house, take your house, and now you gotta live in your house under my rules. You gotta, and now I'm gonna make you speak my language, serve my, right? That ain't, the way that they write history, guys, they try to write it so fluffy. That's why I use these words colonize and stuff, right? They try to write it so fluffy in a way to make fool. We are fools. Anybody who believes that, yes, we are the dummies. I'm not no more. Praise y'all for coming out of dumbness, all right? People are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Praise y'all for coming out of ignorance, all right? So I was ignorant before, because I didn't even search it out. But the way that they write history, the conquerors, was that they write it like, oh no, we were just occupying, right? They use words like colonize, occupying. Now it's their kingdom, right? These people home, their land, everything. They came in. So it's like me coming into your house and taking it over. And now I run it and you got to do everything I say. But then I write it in history and I write, yes, I went to your house and I don't know, colonized it and everything was good. You were happy. And I made you speak my language. I made you cook my food. I made you eat my stuff. Maybe you don't eat pork. I made you eat swine. Right? But then I write in the history books, but it was all good. I asked them nicely. Come on, man. We got to snap out of it. Honestly. Snap out of it. But this religion, Christianity, yeah. And a lot of these histories and a lot of these people that conquered it, this was devil worship. This was dark, sinful acts that created this. All right? This is whole facts. So now, the Greeks had conquered Egypt. That means unaliving, Didying, enslaving, all of that, their kingdom. Now these are so-called white people conquering a black kingdom. An ancient kingdom, all the dynasties. Now they own it. That's crazy work right there. And then this is under Alexander the Greek. They call him great. Great what? Great Diddy, right? And then he built the city called Alexandria after himself, right on the water. Now I'm going to show y'all later, this city of Alexandria, where it exists in this Egypt, right? What they're calling it now was Misraim and stuff. Now the Greeks, it's right next across the water, small way from Jerusalem. I'm gonna show y'all later. That means something. They did not go far to go to the city of Yahadiah, Judea, from the tribe of Judah. The Yads was there. Okay, the Yads. Ain't no JWSs. All right. They came later. Some of them came into, but they wouldn't call themselves that at that time. They came into Alexandria too. So anyway, let me stay focused. So now, when let's say hypothetically that the Hellenists, because they weren't Greeks, they were Hellenists at this time. Greek didn't exist. There was no such word in existence. Okay? No one called themselves Greek. That's actually a byword, a proverb. A slur, okay? An exonym. That means someone else named them that, and it was the Romans after they conquered them. Romans is nasty work. So now, let's say if the Hellenists, what they're calling Greeks, just, they conquered Egypt, and they just said, well, we did enough conquering Egypt and all the Didying stuff we did. And we built our gymnasiums and we got all the little boys and doing all this stuff, right? So now they built the library that they want to take all the world's knowledge, because that's what their culture believes in, just the pursuit of knowledge. All right. Now they wasn't trying to get the Hebrews to translate their scriptures so that they can follow the Hebrew scriptures. I think this where these Christians modern day, Well, at least I'm talking about the black ones, and because a lot, well, all, not just the black ones, but it's crazy because they're actually what you call white nationalist Christians today. They're actually doing what the real Christians believe. They want slavery to come back. That's really what Christianity was, the religion. That's what was created in. So actually, they're doing the real Christianity, and they got the other fools who think they know who actually don't know what Christianity is. Like they ain't true Christians. Yes, they are, because that's what Christianity was created in. It was created by enslaving and taking someone's culture and language and faith and everything. Now listen, when the Greek and took the 72, right? Let's say commissioned them 72 elders. They weren't doing it so that they can worship their God, Yah, or so that they can make that religion their state religion. They was doing that because they was taking everybody's culture and religion. They was taking the world's knowledge and trying to condense it into one place, a place of learning, so that they can like building the best library in the whole world, that and no other library got elders, so all people got to come and you right. I'm gonna charge y'all $30 entrance to the library, and we took every book and every culture from every language and everything, and everybody has to come here to our library and pay. It was a center of, and that's what happened. It wasn't so that they could the Greek Christianity. Well, see, it wasn't Christian. See, that's the part people don't understand. It didn't become Christianity till later. So when the Greeks got the 72 Hebrews to translate the Hebrew manuscripts into the Greek tongue, it wasn't so that they could have this Hebrew manuscripts be their religion for their people. I'll show you what they were following. Mysteries and cults. Cults, you'll see. And the Romans continued it. It wasn't till later. And Theo, what's his name? Theosophius or Theophilus or one of these Theos, somebody's. I ain't trying to learn these wicked Christian church people's names. But I'll show y'all. It wasn't until him, after Constantine was died, that he made Christianity the state religion in Egypt. That's Aegypt. That's what it became under the Romans after they conquered the Greek. Okay, yeah, Theo Huxtable. That's what I might as well call him, right? That was him that made the Nicene Christianity. Nicene, okay, not Arian. We'll get there. I don't know if we'll get there tonight, but we'll get there through this series because it's a lot to bring out. Through this series, you're going to understand the whole entire languages, cultures, what was happening, the dates, the times, all the processions, everything through this series. Okay? But we gotta start with the Greek before we can even get there. So now, let's say, hypothetically, the Hellenists, they're not Greek, the Hellenists were just these nice people who they did a thing. They didn't mean to conquer Egypt and take it over and do all that, right? And let's just say they went over, they said, okay, we're going to go over to Jerusalem because we need these Hebrews. We need their culture, their faith, their cultural faith belief system, right? To add to our library of everybody else's that we got, right? And so let's just say hypothetically, hypothetically, they went on over, right? And they went over and they went to the temples, right? And they went to they in Jerusalem and Yahadayah, Judea, right? Yerushalayim. And they went to the tribe of Judah and then the other Israelites that are there. And they said, excuse me, like, because they're nice. Let's just say the Hellenists are nice. Forget that they went everywhere enslaving everything amazing hell, and they the conquerors of the world at this time. But anyway, let's just say, like they try to write history, they were really nice and polite, right? So they went over there and they said to the Hebrews, excuse me, could you send us 72 of your most trusted scholars, because we want to write your ancient sacred manuscripts and translate it into our Greek tongue, right? In our Greek alphabet. Listen clearly, they ain't gonna say that we got from the Phoenicians, but let's just ignore that part for a second, right? And they say, we just shout the wrong word. We just want to translate this. Now, the first thing that the Habarayah people, men would have said was, I'm sorry, as you spoke, our texts are sacred. So it is not lawful for us to transliterate our Aliyah, our God. I'm using the word God because so that people can understand, right? Our Aliyah. It is not lawful for us to transliterate that into a pagan tongue. You see, into it's profane. It's mixing it's cursing the profane. I mean the holy. It's profaning the holy. You understand? It's defaming the righteous word. So I'm sorry that you came all this way, but we cannot do that. It's against our faith, our belief, our amayat. It is sin for us to do that. Y'all see it? More or less, it's a Phoenician tongue. You are polytheistic. You follow all these homosexual gods, Zeus and Hades and Helens and Dionysus and I mean, I'm sorry, but so listen what I'm saying. Oh, so then what did they do? Did they just pack up and say, okay, thank you very much. Sorry, we just wanted to add it to our library, but I understand. I respect your culture. So have a good night. And, what do y'all say? Shalayam? Okay, shalayam. And did they get back? Come on, Risfla. Did they get back on their boats and go back to Egypt? To Alexandria? No. You see how simple that is? All you have to do is understand the culture of people. There would be no way humanly possible that the Hebrews could have allowed this translation into the Greek tongue to happen. Impossible. Impossible. Barring force, slavery. You understand? Against their own will. So, what really happened is they went over there and they enslaved 72 Hebrew elders. And they put them on an island. I broke that down on the last one. Didn't even take them to the palace in Alexandria with Philadelphia. Didn't even take them to the kingdom. Locked those 72 men on an island for 72 days. You understand? And made them transliterate the sacred text into the Phoenician Greek tongue. All right. Now, they reinterpreted, they mixed the Greek culture with the original Hebrew script by force. They reinterpreted, retranslated, and rewrote the word of the Hebrew manuscript to fit a new world order of religion and empire. From Alexander the Greek's conquest of Egypt to the rise of the whole Hellenistic kingdom, all the scholars in Alexandria, Egypt. Tonight, we're going to uncover how the language, the politics, and the power blended into what became known as the Bible. Yet, prophecy says they would change times and laws. The book of Daniel 7:25 says they would change times and laws. How the Greek and Roman culture and philosophy influenced biblical writings. All right. Let me see how I'm going to say this. Hebrew writings were translated into Greek in Alexandria, Egypt, beginning in the 3rd century BCE, producing what became known as the Septuagint, right? The New Testament itself was later written in Greek, all right? At the same time, Greek culture in Egypt practiced homosexuality, which the Hebraic Bible said is an abomination, through their gods, through gymnasiums, through philosophy, through their schools, through their theater, and the mystery religions which they practice. All right? Now, before the cathedrals, before the pulpits, before the printing press, they built these libraries, stealing everyone's culture. They built gymnasiums next to the Egyptian temples. They built shrines to all their fallen angel gods. And the men chased the flesh of other men. They loved knowledge over obedience. They worshiped knowledge over truth. All right. The Bible in 1 Corinthians 1:22 says, "For the tribe of Judah requires a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom." All right. I know the library is kind of crazy now that you're hearing it right? The library, where the lies are buried. That's what we used to call it, the library. That's what we used to call it back in the days, the library. All right? Now, let me do this. Let me see. Let me go into how I'm gonna do this now. Let's get started. I'm gonna show y'all some things. Let's get started. So first thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show y'all some images first. And then, okay, thank you, y'all. So I'm gonna go through some screenshots I got, and then I'm gonna double back. And so then when I show y'all the culture and break it down, you'll remember some of the screenshots. All right, let's do it this way. I got a bunch of screenshots. So which one I'm gonna start with? Let me see. Let me click on some. Not that one. Not that one. Yeah, let's start with this one. Let's start with this one. And then from that one, I'm going to go, give me a second. From that one, I'm going to go over here. Why didn't it? Boy, this thing be erasing some of my stuff. This thing is crazy how this thing works. It's all right. I'll open it up somewhere else. All right. So from that one, I'm going to go there. So let me find it now, because this is crazy. How did it just erase it? Or did it erase it? I just don't remember. Oh, no, it didn't. I'm gonna show some images. So we're gonna prove some lies. There's a lot of hiding of black in these cultures, right? Of the blacks. All right, so let's do it. So now here we go. Share. Stop share. Stop share. Shalom, Yasha family. I ain't know Yasha was here. Shalom, King. Share. And then I'm gonna go window.
Almost 10. So
All right,
just
give me 10:30, 10:20, like 10:20. Give me 20 minutes. All right, share. All right. So y'all remember this? Let me see what y'all see. Let me see. Yeah, good. It's big too. Y'all remember this image from last time, right? This from last week. This is Jesus. Now, y'all see, don't that look just like Jesus' name instead of the TH, right? So, Jesus was a divine hero in Greek mythology, famous for slaying the Minotaur. And Elder Yayazian always talking about the Minotaur. Something else gonna come out about the Minotaur tonight, Elder. So, and he always posting this. So I'm gonna want you to tell me what the Minotaur is again once that come out. I know you're always saying it. So something else every time I see it, I'm like, Elder be talking about this Minotaur, right? Something else gonna come out with this Minotaur. So involving us black people, the blacks. Theseus was a divine hero in Greek mythology, famous for slaying the Minotaur. The myths surrounding Theseus, his journeys, right? So now what we did is show you Theseus, right? These Greek gods. These are the Greeks who, oh, the West name's in the way. Let me take that off the screen for a second. Let me take that off. There you go. Y'all remind me to put that back on the screen a little later after I show these pictures. I don't want that on the screen blocking what I need to show on the screen. All right? So there we go. So now I'm good. All right. So now This is the Greek gods. This is what the Greeks was living and serving. So imagine this dude, this, and look what he got, right? Little boys are naked, right? All naked men. This is their gods and worship. We're going to break this down, right? I'm just starting this off because I'm going to show y'all something as I showed it before, but we going somewhere, right? The loud shah, we going somewhere. Y'all come along. We on the dollar yacht, the path. So now, this is their god, one of their gods, a divine hero, right? Run around naked with little boys, right? This was their god's worship, the little boys, right? So now y'all remember, at the bottom of his feet was that, right? A little black boy. Okay? So this is what their culture represented. There's a reason why this little Hebrew boy is at his feet. All right? And Yah's mercy on what happened to all these little boys in this culture. All right? All right. Now, no, the women, no, only the men. It wasn't about women. Women were clothed. The boys and the men were naked. It was about male worship, nudity, male nudity. It's, all right, we're going to get there. You'll see. All right. So now, let's continue. Which one? I wonder, that's going to start, and then I wanted to go to, where do I want to go? Let me see, what's the next one after that? All right, let's just go for it. Let's see. This is a bath mat, right? This is when they did these, that's where the gymnasium and the male baths in the nude, right? And this is a bath mat, right? Showing the flip-flops, the strigil, that's the thing they used to scrape, and it's crazy. The dirt from the olive oil off them, and the flip-flops. Welcome to the bath, right? Let's continue. That's the gladiators. We'll get there. That's when we get to the Romans later. All right. The alipate oiled and dusted the bodies of the youth and acted as surgeons and administered any drugs described according to Galen. All right. So this is what they oiled and dusted the bodies of the youth. That's why it was the naked boys. All right. All right. So anyway. All right. So let me go. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do this. Let me go to this one. Okay, I got to start here. Go here. Give me a second. Stop share. Then I got to share. I can close that now. And then share, screen, window, and go to, where are you? That one. Bang. Share. All right, then I'm going to go back. All right. So, where I want to go? So the Greek gods, I'm trying to figure out how to start this. Oh, I know how to start it. Start at Helen. All right, let's do it this way. I'm going to leave it here for a second because we're going somewhere. Because the Hellenists, this is the entrance to Mycenae. All right? This is the entrance where the Hellenists started their culture. All right? They were savages in Western Asia and around Europe and stuff. And they went along the Mycenaean culture. And that's where the tribe of Dan met them at. And this was an entrance. See these sphinxes? To the Mycenaean city, I think of Knossos, right? I'll show y'all later. But what I want y'all to see is look at the faces. You always got to look at the faces. Y'all see that face? Look at that nose. It never fails, right? It never fails. As much as they try to write blacks out of history and all of this, every time we see the artifacts, every time we look, that's not a baby. That's a grown person, right? Every time we look, it's always the artifacts tell the truth of who they are. And this one, the nose is off, right? The nose is knocked off, right? But there's the Sphinx, all right, the Mycenaeans, and they came from the Minoans, all right? And somebody asked, was they Samoans? No. They were actually the Minoans, which were black. I'm going to show you. Egypt showed them. They actually didn't call themselves Minoan. Minoan is an exonym. Someone else called them Minoans, right? They never called themselves that. All right. So now I'm going to leave that up, right? And then I'm going to break this down. So this is going to get me started going into it. Let me go into Helen, how the Greeks how they became Hellenists, and who was Helen, right? So the way that they became Hellenists was at first, hold on, where am I go here. I got to start with how they became, and I'm going to show y'all. I thought I put that up too, but I'm going to show y'all this. Give me a second. The Aegean, okay, I did that one. I think it's under my Hellenist. Is it there? That mean Hellenist, the Hellenist period. We'll get there. Give me a second. No, it's not there. It's not. Is it? No, it definitely ain't there. And it should be here, so why I don't see it? So I'll just screenshot it. It's all right. It's like once I get started, I'm like, I can't even find my stuff. I got so much info, like I can't even find it, right? So under the culture, all right, there go one. So let me show y'all how they got their culture and where it came from to lead to, right? So it started on the island of Crete, all right, among the Cretians, right? The Minoan culture. Let me stop sharing that and let me share my screen this. I did a research and I put it together so I can share that screen. So come on, share. I'm gonna get to window. No, not window. Oh, crap, I gotta open that over here. Okay, thank you. I can't share that over there. Copy my document, copy, come back to y'all over here. Bang, Control V, paste and go. There we go. All right, so now I can share it. Come back to y'all, bang, and then there we go. My document. Share. All right. So I did this Google Doc to break it down, right? The Aegean world overview, right? So I did this on the first part. You had the Cycladic Islands. I'm going to show you these were blocks, right? You had Syros, Naxos, Kairos, right? They did Memphis marble figurines. Then you had the Cretan, the Minoan civilization, right? And they had a script called Linear A, Cretan hieroglyphs. All right. Then after the Minoan culture, the Mycenaean culture took over. All right. And they had a script called Linear B. Under the Mycenaean culture is when what we call now Greek or Hellenist came to the Mycenaean islands of Crete. All right. But they were called Demos or Demoi. They were clan called Demoi, right? And then under the Mycenaean culture, around 1200 BC, the Sea people, the tribe of Dan, came and conquered them and mixed with them, mated with them, and they became a tribe called the Philae people or Philae, all right? And they taught them warfare, trade, and then bartering and all of this. Now this is under the Mycenaean. But these Cycladic Cretians, the Minoans, these were blacks. All right, now let me show you. So then, under the Minoan let's do this. Under the Minoan civilization in Crete, the economy was based on trades. The Minoans traded olive oil, wine, pottery, and textiles through the Eastern Mediterranean. They centered on female deities, the Minoans, these blacks, especially a great mother or earth goddess, often represented with snakes or birds. All right, this was the Minoan civilization on the island of Crete before the Hellenists or the Greeks came to the island. Before their culture, they had a hieroglyph called Cretan hieroglyphs. I'm going to show you it. Around 1900 BC. And then later, they created a script called Linear A. Okay? And then the successors to the Minoans were the Mycenaeans. They were more militaristic. The tribe of Dan came amongst them. And there's not no Greek. They spoke an earlier form, what has later learned became now Greek, known as Linear B. Okay? Now, they shared many gods. That's mixed up with the later Greek religion. See, the history be always saying Greek, but the Greek didn't exist yet. The Hellenists, once the Mycenaeans started to get conquered by these new Hellenists later who came, then they started following the other gods, Zeus and everything. And they took the language of Linear B because they had no language. So they took the language of the Mycenaeans, which were black, who came under the Minoans, which were black. All right. Now, and then, that's the Aegean scripts, the early Minoans, Cretan hieroglyphs, right? A pictograph. Then we'll break down the collapse and everything. So here, the Cretan hieroglyphs, the Cretians, right? The early Minoans on Crete, all right? So now, then Linear A, Linear B. So this is how what you would call the Greeks came to pass, okay? Now I'm going to show you, let me go back to where's my Cretan hieroglyphs? Right there. So this would be, stop share, come back to y'all, right? Make this come back to y'all. Share, screen, window, bang, share. This is the Cretan hieroglyphs of the Minoans at the top. It was, see a leaf, see a person's head, it was, see different branches, and it was all the hieroglyphs, which had no, which is a pictograph, denoted agriculture and like all other hieroglyphs. It was faces, agriculture, cheese, animals, right? Later, the Minoan, right? The Minoan culture on the island of Crete created the Linear A from the hieroglyphs. This would be a first, like a script, what you would call a script, like letters. So this is the Linear A, the Minoan culture. I'm gonna show you what these people look like in their kingdom. Y'all gonna see their kingdom and watch, y'all see in a second. And then later, after the Minoans got conquered basically by the Mycenaeans or replaced as cultures do, another black culture, the Mycenaeans created Linear B script. You see this? So the Linear B script would be more like what we know today, right? And then this time is when what they call now the Greeks and what had become the Hellenists came to the island of Mycenae. They were a savage group of people, but they weren't not savage, they were a warring-like group of people, And they came as they did to try to conquer, but they carved out a space and they got received. And then later, the tribe of Dan, what they called the Sea People, in 1200 BC came amongst them and conquered them and then taught them, right? So this was before the Greek Hellenists had any language. They had the Minoan from the Cretan and the Mycenaean. This was their language from the so-called blacks. All right. And these were a mixed people. I'm going to show you how they mixed. Because Dan, from the tribe of Danite, Danayat, he mixed his seed with them. All right. And then they was mixing with the Mycenaeans. All right. So the original, what you would call the earliest, what you would call Greeks, were mixed. All right. And I'm going to show you. Then, all right, now, let me see. What's next after this? Okay, that's the language. I'll break that down later. All right, let me just go from here. All right, let's do it this way. So that's the script. That's another time. All right, this is later. Let me just go through. That's some of the pottery on the Crenetian. That's the from the Linear B script, the pottery that they found on the island of Knossos on the island of Crete. All right, let's continue. Now, this is the Hellenistic realms as divided by Diadochi, the Macedonian kingdom, Green, the Ptolemaic, the Seleucid. I'll do that later when we do Greek. Let me get to, this is a picture of Alexander the Greek, right? When he was conquering, that's a picture that they drew of him, a fresco, right? When he was conquering, that led to the Hellenistic age. There were never Greeks, they were Hellens. All right, and we're going to get to Helen in a second. There you go. So the Minoans, which were blacks, weren't called Minoan. This is how they got the history. The Hellenists called them Minoans. In Greek mythology, Minos was a king of Crete. So in this mythology, the Hellenists, who later we know became Greeks, called them Minos, Minoans. We probably would never know. It's probably erased from history. I would like to know what they actually called themselves, these blacks. I'm going to show you them in a second, and this island of Crete. So now history is calling them Minoans. Now, in Greek mythology, Minos was a king of Crete, son of Zeus and Europa. Europa is where they get the word Europe. Now, they put this on these so-called black people because these Cretans were what you would call black. Okay? So, now, let me show you. And then I'm going to show you all the receipts. I'm going to show you the pictures. I'm going to show you what these people look like. I'm getting into it. Let me walk it on down. Hold on. Where's my thing? It's right there. There we go. All right. So now, in Greek mythology, Minos was a king of Crete, son of Zeus and Europa. Every 9 years, he made King Aegeus, from the Aegean Sea, pick 7 young boys and 7 young girls to be sent to Daedalus' creation, the labyrinth, to be eaten by the Minotaur. Elder Yazayan, what is the Minotaur again? Because I know you be writing that a lot. Shalom, Brother Rohan. What is when he write it, I'll see it. He'll write what the Minotaur is again. All right? So the Minoans on the island of Crete were never called themselves Minoans. Same thing, the Greeks never even called themselves Greeks. They were called Hellenists. So this is how they got the name Minoan from later mythology. And that's why I say history. You can't take history and start by reading just the books that the later ages wrote about them. You have to go back, okay? Daedalus, thank you. You have to go back and go to the ancient cultures to find out what they called themselves before the conquerors called them something else, all right? So I don't think he's here then because he ain't write it. But anyway, he wrote whatever. Somebody, if y'all remember what he wrote about the Minotaur, y'all write it for me. So anyway, the Minos was a king of Crete, son of Zeus and Europa. Right? Now, you know this is mythology. Zeus is a mythological figure, right? And there's supposed to be the image. I don't know what that looked like. You see a foot? So it looked like a giant, a foot. That looked like some type of snake. I don't know. I can't even figure out what I'm looking at. Is that like a crown on his head? Minotaur is a hybrid bull and a man. Elder be saying something else. I want to know what Elder be saying. He always be saying this. He say he got something else he say.
I think he's typing it.
Okay. So, and then look, it's look like some type of snake around it. It's a big foot. And look how small the people are. It's the child of a god and an animal, LOL, said to be a bull. We used to say more than that. It's the child of a god and an animal. Okay. Said to be a bull. All right. Used to say more than that, but anyway.
It's
But anyway.
10:20.
Okay, thank you. There you go. Thank you, Rishfly. A minotaur is a monster from Greek mythology with the body of a man, the head of a bull, imprisoned in a labyrinth on the island of Crete. There you go. The minotaur was the offspring of King Minos' wife. There you go. So here we go. And that's exactly what we're talking about. So they call these people Minoans, but they weren't never Minoans, right? And it says, every 9 years, he made King Aegis pick 7 young boys and 7 girls to be sent to the Delos creation, the labyrinth, to be eaten by the Minotaur. All right. So let's continue. It looks like he's holding the snake's. He is holding the snake's tail. The Egyptian language, or ancient Egyptian, is an extinct branch of Afro-Asiatic language family that was spoken in ancient Egypt. So again, you know, today they say, you know, Egyptians weren't black, right? But the ancient Egyptian language was an Afro-Asiatic language family, just like Shemitic, just like Hebrew, just like Phoenician, just like Ugaritic, just like all the Afro-Asiatic Canaanite group of languages, right? And then before Canaanite, right? And the Shemitic languages as well. But Afro-Asiatic, the original ancient Egyptians that the Hellenes stopped them from speaking, to speak their new language of Koine Greek. We'll get there later, right? Now, it says the ancient Egyptian language is a distinct branch of Afro-Asiatic language that was spoken in ancient Egypt. It is known today from a large corpus of surviving texts. This is the Afro-Asiatic text of the ancient Egyptian language, but they say they weren't black, right? Here we go. Now, this is the largest and best collection of Minoan art. Now, remember, Minoan. So we're getting to where the Hellenist Greeks come from to get to these people who wrote this Christian Bible, right? So this is the largest and the best collection of Minoan art. It's in the Heraclean Archaeological Museum near Knossos on the north coast of Crete today. I got you. I got you. Tell me 10:30, then I'll stop this and I'll go to what I want to break down, right? But it's fine. I'm good. So I'm going to get through the art. Now look what they say. This is on Crete today in the museum of the best collection of Minoan art, right? It's the ship's procession. What do y'all see? That's people sitting, getting rolled on the boat. Let's look. What do y'all see? Look. What do y'all see? All black folk. Watch this. Hold on. It gets clearer later. Because I'm gonna go to the right. I just want to show this one first. And they got some whites too, because there was whites on this island, okay, as well. But it's the blacks and then mixed. So look, what y'all see? Look at him, look at him, look at him, look at her, look at her, look at her, look at her. I'm gonna show a clearer one, right? These ain't Hebrews though. They're blacks. They're so-called melanated. Because everybody not Hebrew, right? But I know what you mean by Hebrew or Yashia. But no, everybody, we got to remember everybody not Hebrew. So we can't say that just because people black. Because you got Hamites, you got all type of people. They're not Hebrews. All right? So you see black people. Now look, here we go. Look at all these people. Here we go. Look. Ship's procession. And then we're going to see we're going to see this clearer too. All right? Look. All these people. Oh, here we go. Now this is the kingdom. See the castle? Now, hold on. Look at the ship. All these melanated black people. What you call black, right? So-called. I just want to bring the receipts to show you. Oh yeah, I'm gonna show y'all more white people. It's more white people there, and you'll see in a second. But all right, now look. Now this is the castle. All right, and this is the top of the castle. You know, at the top be the penthouse. Nope, they're not Egyptians. These are what they call Minoans. These are the Minoans. They're not. Egypt is already there. Egypt is Egypt. Well, it's Mitzrayim at this time. It didn't become Egypt until the Greeks, they Hellenized it and named it the burnt land of Egypt, land of the something. Egypt is a derogatory word too. So no, this is, I'm going to show y'all in a second. I'm going to show y'all what this is. It's the island of Crete. This is between Italy and what we call Greece now, on the west end of Asia. All right? This is the civilization. This is where the Greeks got civilized. These people civilized what you would call the Greeks. All right? How they got their civilization. Yeah, you see a bunch of afros and stuff. And watch this. So, and I think this dude on the clear, you're going to see a clear one. I think this one is white. And I thought he was, but he's just light skinned. You're going to see a lot of mixed people too. It's crazy. All right? So anyway, this is the largest collection of Minoan art in the museum on Knossos on the north coast of Crete. Now that image, when I showed the Sphinx, and I said that's the entrance, that's Knossos, that's this island. Remember when we said look at the nose, and Ashiel said that's a baby? That's the entrance on Knossos, Crete. All right, let's continue. This is what the Minoans worshipped, the mother goddess. A mother goddess is a major goddess characterized as the mother or progenitor, either as embodiment of motherhood or fertility or fulfilling cosmological role of creator and destroyer figure, right? And we broke this down last time. Now look at their mother goddess. Look at her nose. Look at her lips, right? We broke this down. Some wicked stuff, right? Because they follow polytheistic. They follow mother goddess. And this culture had the women's, they worship, you're going to see this, I guess they worship the woman's breasts. So their clothing for the woman, even the queen, had the breast bare. So they had a long flowing dress. The dress was actually Kayadash, set apart. Long flowing, everything, but they believe in cinching the waist. And then they had the breast always out. So it's a worship of the breast. So if you see the statues, look what they're doing. The statue, it looks like a little baby, but what baby got a breast like that, right? And they all, so it's breast worship. So this one, see, they holding up something, and then this one got a snake, right? So it's a mother goddess culture. It does look like a Hindu something, right? And you go to the side, the other statue, right? Look like a baby. That's a grown person. And look, holding the breast, right? It's like the worship. It's kind of like the Hellenist Greeks worship the men with men. We're going to get there. And then she giving birth to, that's some nasty looking stuff, right? So, all right, whatever. So this is what the Minoan civilization, this was their gods. This is what they worship. Mother goddess worship. All right? Mother goddess worship. All right. And this later we know is Inanna, Ashir, Asheroth, and stuff like that, right? But different cultures. They didn't do the Inanna. All right? Now, this is a Minoan snake goddess. I showed this to the ministry, right? This is what the Minoans, this is the snake goddess. You see the breast? See? The breast naked, the dress, a full dress, go all the way down. Wait till I show y'all the paintings. It's dope. I'm well, not dope, but the artifacts are crazy work, right? Full dress. They always cinch the waist, and then the dress is cut so the breasts are naked out and lifted up. That's just I don't know what it is with the breasts, right? And look, two snakes in each of a hand, snake goddess, and look at the face. Look at the nose. Look at the lips. What is that? Again, right? See the lips? See the nose? Okay. And look what's on the head. Like an owl. That's probably an owl. All right? Yeah, it should be scary. It's some dark stuff. So this is the smaller of the two Minoan snake goddess figurines. This is historical artifacts that they found on the island of Crete, the civilization of Minoans. To get to the Hellenes, the Greek, we got to get to the Minoans. Because to get to the Mycenaeans, you got to come from the Minoans, and then the Greek went to the island of Mycenae. Now, here we go. This is another image of that ship's procession. You can see them clearer now. Look. Then I got a clearer one than this. Watch. So now you can see them clearly. Afros, right? Look. You see them clear. Okay? It's that same picture. Now look at the kingdom. Look at the castle. First of all, look at the men. Afros. Right? Now go over. Look at this man. Right? Now, let's go to the top of the palace and look at them. Look at them. And that one, I think, is a white man. You're going to see others. They have white people there, a small amount. Because the Greeks, well, they received some of the others. Now look at this. Look at this dude. I thought he was white in the other one, but he just, he looked like Uncle Leroy. He light skinned. He looked like he got a goatee. Right? Okay? So they try to hide us from history. Look at these two. Look at them two. So you're going to see a lot of them mix. Check this out, Brother Warren. You're going to see a lot of them yalayat with curly hair. You know how we have mix right now when we mix a black with a white and you get the curly, you know, they quote unquote, they call that good hair. You know how they used to say good hair, right? You're going to see a lot of them with the curly hair and lighter skin, the features, right? Because it's a mix island. All right. Now watch this. Let's continue. The Cretians bringing gifts to Egypt in the tomb of Rekmai under Pharaoh King Tut, on King Tut III, Thutmosis III. The Egyptians drew the Cretians. There we go. And look at their hair. So they all got the yes, it is good that we teaching the true history. Wait till you see what I'm about to bring out, Rishflash. Some real hidden artifacts. Really. Now, they have like let's see their locks. They have locks. Remember the locks. Because I'm going to show you other fresco paintings where they got the white people with the locks too. Right? And so okay. So Egypt drew the Cretians. All right? Because they went over and they Egypt conquered them at one time and took some slave, and then they would go back, and so they bring in gifts to Egypt, the Cretians. So they would war back and forth, but really not. They wasn't enslaving each other. Not the Mycenaeans and the Minoans and the Egyptians. They wasn't enslaving. It was the tribe of Dan that was that what everybody was scared of. They called them the sea people, right? The Egypt called them the Danaians. The Danaians, right? And they went to Macedonia Dan, and that's when they conquered those Demoi people, the clan, white people who later became Hellenes, right? All right, so anyway, I did that on my last one. So let me continue, right? Because so this is when the sea people came to Egypt, tribe of Dan. I showed that last time, and then and then we found this image in there. Look at him. Remember? Y'all remember that? Y'all allowed me to find, out of all these images, none of them show their face straight on. So you can't tell, because you can't tell from the side, right? Just like you can't tell from the side view what nationality the Egyptians are, right? Because this looked like he could be white, right? And this is the ancient Egypt, right? This before the Greek, this before they were Hellenized, right? And so I went through right here, like, right? So look, so you can't tell that these are black. That's why the Egyptians always colored it in, right? So from the side of the sea people who they finally was able to enslave, you can't tell the identity of them. But I knew they were the tribe of Dan. I was trying to find it, right? And then the Most High allowed me to keep searching, and through all the searching, one character is looking for it. He looking right at the screen. That's crazy work. He looking right at it. It's like, hello guys. He like, y'all just wanted me for history's sake to prove who I am. Look at his lips and his nose. To prove who I am, what I look like. Thank you, Yasha. Right? All right. So anyway, let me keep going. This is the Shashu. The Shashu were Shemitic-speaking pastoral nomads in the southern Levant from the late Bronze Age to the early Iron Age, or the third intermediate period of Egypt. They were tent dwellers, organized in clans by rule the Shashu. So let's see what the Shashu looked like. Look at Uncle Leroy. If this don't look, I swear this look like my Uncle Leroy. Look at his locks. You see his locks? Look at Leroy. Look at Leroy's nose. Leroy, he got his goatee. Uncle Leroy. Shashu. Right? Y'all see? True history. But they try to write us out of everything, right? We want kings. Look at his wares. All right, let me continue. This is the Kadesh inscriptions, or Kadesh. That's why that Ruach HaKodesh and Ruach, that's not our tongue. That's Canaanite Hebrew. That's when we mixed, our ancestors mixed the tongue. Yeah, they always say we have no history, right? This is Kadesh inscriptions, or Kadesh inscriptions, or a variety of Egyptian hieroglyphic inscriptions describing the Battle of Kadesh, the combined evidence of the form tests of the war. I just want to show that because they always, when I teach Habariyah, it's not Kadesh, all right? Ain't no dash in Habariyah. That's Mitzrayim, all right? So anyway, that's the Battle of HaKadesh. I'll just put this up there to show. Ramses II was an Egyptian pharaoh. He was the third ruler of the 19th dynasty, along with King Tut III. I put this because that's the one who wrote the pictures of the Minoans. Tutmosis III and Ramses II drew pictures of the black Minoans on the hieroglyphs. And look at him. There you go. That's clearly, right? Ramses. But they want to say Egypt ain't even black, right? Greece, Hellenic. Okay, Greece officially the Hellenic Republic is a country in Southeast Europe. The Phoenician alphabet is an abjad. We'll get back to that. Used across the Mediterranean. We're going somewhere. Phoenicia, for the most of the first millennium, it was one of the first alphabets attested in Canaanite and Aramaic inscriptions found in the Mediterranean basin. It's an abjad, only vowels. Devil's a lie. Only consonants. No vowels. No diacritic vowel marks. No vowels. Phoenician alphabet. The Greek alphabet came from the Phoenician. We're going to show that in a second after I go through the other part. Yep, right here. There we go. I ain't got to. It's the next slide. The Greek alphabet has been used to write the Greek language since the late 9th and 8th century, after they came out their dark ages. We'll show that later. It was derived from the earlier Phoenician alphabet. Not derived, taken. They use words like adapted, derived, stolen, taken. It is what it is, right? It is what it is. Just keep it 100. It was taken from the earlier Phoenician alphabet. So the Greek alphabet used to write the Greek language was taken from the Phoenician alphabet. And who are the Phoenicians? Okay, worshippers of fallen angel, and is the earliest known alphabetic script to systematically write vowels as well as consonants. Now y'all listen clearly. This is what I keep telling y'all. The original Phoenician script was abjad. No vowels, all consonants. These are the original Afro-Asiatic languages, tongues, all right? All of them, all of the hieroglyphs, all of the pictograph of Baba was abjad, no vowels. The Canaanite Hebrew later, right? Just like the Greek, all right? Now, the Phoenician alphabet is an abjad, all right? One of the first alphabets, not hieroglyphs. One of the first alphabetic scripts attested in Canaanite and Aramaic inscriptions. The Phoenician. All right. The Greeks alphabet derived from the Phoenician. I'll show y'all later because they went into a dark ages where they didn't even have a written language. They went into like a dark, right? And listen, the Greek alphabet, which came from the Phoenician alphabet, is the earliest known alphabetic script to systematically write vowels as well as consonants. So the Greeks took the Phoenician and they added the fallen angel vowels in there. That's where you get the Greek alphabet. Okay. And later you're going to get the Koine, which they transliterated the Septuagint into. All right. Now, Greeks or Hellenes are an ethnic group of nations. We're going to get back to that. All right, so I'm going to come back. Let me go because then I'm going to show you their lands. I'm going to show you.
It's 1041.
That's where I'm about to go into it right now. I'll come back to that because I'm going to show you their lands and everything. All right, so I'm going to go into the teaching. It's good because I was talking about the alphabet and the Phoenician. So everybody that got a pen and pad, let me teach y'all some tongue. It's going to take me a little second. All right. So here we go. There is a word. Say that, what you say?
You access to remind you put comments on screen.
Okay, thank you. Show comments on the screen. Thank you. All right. So now, here we go. Everybody get a pen and pad. It's time for y'all to really learn. All right. So now let me put something else on the screen as I teach this. Let me come to y'all. Let me stop share, right? And then I'm gonna go to what I want to play. I know what I'm gonna play. I'm gonna put this on the screen so y'all can have some like what's his name? Like Rich Fly said, especially the youth, they need something to stimulate, right? They need some stimulation, right? All right, so here we go. So now I'm gonna come back to y'all, right? Share screen. No, that's copy. Share screen, bang, share, make it full screen, and play. All right, now y'all got a backdrop going. Now, let me teach. All right, here we go. So y'all get a pen and pad. The first word y'all gonna learn tonight is that all these words are important. They got something to do with the Greeks writing the Christian Bible. All right. The first word is a Hebrew, a Habariya word, not Canaanite Hebrew, Paleo, but pictograph Habariya. It's a word called Kaya'al. Kayahal. All right, write it down. Kaya'al is the Habariya word for assembly, congregation, or convocation. All right. So, Kaya'al is the Habariya Hebrew word referring to a group of people that are called together for a specific purpose. All right. I'm going somewhere. Okay? Now listen clearly. An assembly, a congregation, or a convocation. Kaya'al. All right. This is Habariya. Now, it's a group of people that are called together for a specific purpose. The term is often used to describe a gathering together for spiritual or civic or military reasons. All right? The verb stem of the word kaya'al, the verb stem emphasizes the act of gathering together or summoning together. The English word synagogue gets its root from the Greek translations of the word kaya'al. All right? And another word that y'all gonna learn called adayah. Write this one down. Adayah. 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 Now, in the Hebrew manuscripts, Hebrews had scripts, manuscripts, all right? That now they're calling the Bible. So the Hellenists, the Greek, enslaved 72 Hebrew men, elders, and made them translate their manuscripts into a book that the Greek called Biblia. We're going to get there in a second. All right? Now, so the word adayah is frequently used in the Hebrew manuscripts alongside the word kaya'al in the Old Testament. Adayah also means congregation or community. So the word adayah means congregation or community or assembling, right? And kaya'al. So they mean the same thing. So as the Hebrew ancestors lived in different regions, they had slightly different dialects that developed, just like today, right? The dialects can change with your environment, right? I'm black and someone from New Orleans is black, but we got different dialects, right? New Orleans black, you hear me? And they'll say different words. Someone in Atlanta, someone in New York, different dialects, but we speak the same language. So that's why sometimes you'll see Hebrew words and they'll be the same meaning, but it's a different word. Because somebody in Judea and somebody in another province or another city are different. They'll speak a different dialect of the tongue. All right. So now, kaya'al means to assemble. It means assembly or congregation. The most common meaning is a gathering of people, whether it was the entire nation of Yasharal, the Israelites gathering together, or just a specific tribe gathering together. Like if the tribe of Judah got together, it was a kaya'al. Listen clearly, not a church. I'm going somewhere, Dalarashah. Never, ever in the history of Hebrews was anything ever called a church. It was kaya'al. Okay, now, so if the tribe of Judah assembled together, it was kaya'al. If the tribe of God, which y'all call Gad, God got together, it was a Kaya'al or an Adayah, not a church. This is very, very important. Okay? Now, the word Kaya'al signified a purposeful gathering. This is the difference. Well, you got on, it's intentional. It wasn't just a casual crowd getting together. You know how you might get together with your boys on the corner, right? Or just posse up. You just casually talking in the crowd. That's not Kaya'al. Kaya'al signified a purposeful gathering. Kaya'al meant a convocation which is either initiated by the Most High or one of his shepherds or one of his leaders or even just the people themselves for a common cause, a purposeful gathering. Kaya'al was used for summoning people. The active form of Kaya'al emphasizes the act of summoning people to come together for a common purpose, such as worship, such as counsel, such as study, or even war. So, the Shafariyah, all right, the Shafariyah, which we now call the shofar, see, which the elder just blew right there, the Shafariyah would be blown with a certain sound to signify Kaya'al. The shofar, Shafariyah, is how you say shofar in the original Habariyah tongue. The Shafariyah had different tones, sounds. The way it would be blown would signify whether it's the coming together to eat, the Kaya'al to assemble, to teach the word, or the Kaya'al signifying war, the war sound. So the Shafariyah will be blown with a certain sound to signify Kaya'al. Kaya'al also meant community. It is the idea of community life, meaning village or tribal living. Okay? So the idea of community is Kaya'al. Kaya'al represents the result of people coming together for a common cause. So our homestead would be Kaya'al. Okay? Now, the craziest thing is the house of Yah. Everyone here right now, I don't know how many it is, don't tell me. It's probably 70 something, right? We are actually Kaya'al right now. Every last one of us. We are assembled together on this live stream. And at the beginning of the study, I blew the shofar. We blew the shofar. Now, y'all have a better understanding of why every time Mashiach Assembly, House of Yah comes together, we blow the shofar Yah. That's because we're calling y'all for Kaya'al. Everybody in the assembly, our ministry name, Habariyah, is actually Mashiach Kaya'al Bayat Haya'iyah. Mashiach Assembly House of Yah. That's our actual Habariyah ministry name. It's, say it again, Mashayat. That's Habariyah for the deliverer, a savior, the deliverer, the anointed. Mashayat Kaya'al, assembly, house, Bayat of Ha, God, Yah. Mashayat, Mashayat, Kaya all, Bayat, Ha, Yaya. Okay? That's our name in the actual Habariya original tongue. All right? So, you guys who join us every Wednesday and Friday, we are Kaya all right now. The Bible, our manuscript, never said nothing about no church. Ever. No Circe, never. It was Kaya all. So now we got another pictograph word. Y'all write this down. It's the word ka halaya. Kahalaya. Kahallayah. It's two lamayats. There's a reason. Sometimes there's two adiyat letters and because each lamayat is denoting a different function in that word. Kahalaya. Kahalaya. This is the noun form which highlights the community or the gathering once it has already been convened. So the Habariya word kahalaya is the kaya'al once we have been kaya'aled. Once we've been assembled, so the kaya'al is calling the assembling for us to come together. Once we are together, then we are kahalaya. So right now we are all kahalaya because we are already assembled. We have convened. The assembly has convened. Okay? So right now we are all kahalaya in the bayat ayaya because Mashaya kayaya all have blown the shafariyah. So y'all seeing our language? So now we are all kahalaya, kalaya, ahayad, one. Let me see. We are all kahalaya, assembled, ahayad, one, on Yah's Shabbayat, set apart, kayadash, day. So children of Yah, slowly you are learning the set apart, kayadash, Lashayan language. Not the Canaanite Hebrew of our wicked ancestors with the A, E, I, O, Oosh, Ushi, Oshi, Aishi, and all this. The pictograph Habariya from the Tower of Babel, the set apart tongue. We, the house, the Bayat of Yahya, have blown the Shafariyah to Kaya'al and Kahalaya for us to be assembled together, ahayad, one. Now, there's a Greek word called ecclesia. The Greek word ecclesia in the Septuagint is the translation of the word kaya'al. So let me explain. When the Hellenists, this before they was Greek, but I'm just speaking Greek so people can understand. When the Hellenists enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders on that island, the Philadelphia, the Ptolemy of Egypt at that time, the Hellenists, because they weren't Greek yet until Rome conquered them, right? But what Hellenists, what they call Greek, that's how I'm going to say that so people can understand. When they enslaved the 72 Hebrew men, Habariya men, to make this Septuagint, transliterate that sacred, the set apart Kayadash manuscript, okay? It's actually Kayadash Safariyah, but I'll get there in a second. That's what it was called, the Kayadash Safariyah, right? When they did it, they made them translate it into the Greek alphabet, which is the Phoenician tongue. The Greek used the word ecclesia, E-K-K-L-E-S-I-A, in the Septuagint. This is the translation from the Hebrew text. The Greek used the word ecclesia to translate the Habariyah word kaya'al, what the Bible calls to assemble. Then later, the Romans used the Greek devil goddess Circe, which the English translates as church. Okay, so now what I'm walking down, children, is how the word church got created from the Tamadayan Ha-Dalayat, followers of the way who would kaya'al, assemble when they want to teach the word or have study or community or war. It was never no ecclesia. That's not their tongue. So when those Hebrew elders by force had to transliterate, the Greek had to tell them, okay, you write this word. What is this word? Okay, it's ecclesia. So the Greeks, listen clearly, never called it a church. See, people are so, y'all gonna have, by the time this series is finished, y'all gonna know the whole entire history of this Christian Bible thing and all the layers, how it got created, right? This sin religion, because that's what it is. It was created in sin by enslavement, okay? And Didion, because you're going to get there in a second. Oh, we're going to go there in a second. It's going to get real disgusting in a hot second. Yeah, but we got to go there to bring it out, right? So now, the Greeks never called it a church. The Greeks called it ecclesia. It was the Romans later who used the Greek devil goddess, Circe. Circe is the goddess of magic, an enchantress in Greek mythology. Most famous for her role in Homer's book, The Odyssey, right? She's supposed to live on the island of Aea, possess powerful knowledge of herbs and potions. She is the goddess of pharmakeia, sorcery. She's known to transform people into animals. Most notably, turning men into pigs. Now, the crazy part, Jacob Castro, is Circe was known to turn men into pigs, and the Bible, the Hebrew manuscript, taught that pigs is an abomination. So why would the Hebrews ever call themselves a church? Do y'all see this? It's crazy work. So let me do it. Let me do it even one better, Zazayah. Let me show you. Because y'all know how I like to always show. We gotta teach. So I got the, let me see, which one is it? No, not that one. We're going there in a second. Where's my Circe? Where you at, Circe? There you go. Right? Do I want to do Circe first? Right? Because I'm going to show you. And then I'm going to show you that's what it's called. Okay? So share this tab instead. All right. Let me see what y'all see. Hold on. Circe up there. Yeah. There she go. All right. So watch this. Circe. Right? That's her. First, let's look at her. Let's get a look at Circe, guys. Click her. I can make it bigger if I double click her. Double click her again. There she go. Nice and big. Oh, not that. Move that. That's Circe. See it? Or a see-through dress. You see that cup? That's a cup of iniquity. Pharmakeia, potions, drugs. Okay? Her drug, one of her main drugs was Molly. It's crazy that it's called Molly. All right? This is a cup of iniquity. Yes, Yasha. Right? And she's a seductress. That's Circe. Right? So let me make it smaller. And then let me go back one. There you go. And it'll reboot. Close that right here. Let me show her next pictures. There she go again while we at it. So this is another picture of Circe. Right? Let me make it a seer. That's her again. Ooh, she look evil. It look like a man. And that's her cup of iniquity. right? Pouring all out. And it's, her iniquity is the marine kingdom's waters all over, right? Now, let's go back. How do I do it? Go back one and then close that. All right. Now look, in Greek mythology, Circe is an enchantress, sometimes considered a goddess or a nymph. In most accounts, Circe is described as the daughter of the sun god Helios. In ancient Greek religion, here we go, Helios is the sun god, personifies the sun. His name is also Latinized as Helios, and he is often given the Hyperion and Phaethian. All right, so she's supposed to be the daughter of the sun god Helios and the Oceanid. Oceanids are the nymphs who were the 3,000 daughters of the Titans Oceanus and Tis. These are, look, nymphs, nymphomaniacs, fallen angel, what's her name? Hybrids, right? So she's supposed to be the daughter of the sun god Helios and Perse. Perseus is one of the 3,000 Oceanids, freshwater nymph, daughters of the Titans, Ocean. She married Helios, the sun god. They bore him several children, most notably Circe, the sorceress goddess of Aea. Okay, sirens, thank you. Sirens, that's the word. That's them, sirens. I was looking for that word, not y'all, thank you. Circe was renowned for her vast knowledge of potions and herbs, drugs, pharmakeia. Through the use of these and a magic wand or staff, she would transform her enemies or those who offended her into animals. She would turn men into pigs and stuff. All right. So in Homer's Odyssey, when Odysseus visits her island of Aea, Aea was a mythological island said to be the home of Circe. Circe would fain have held me back or whatever. This is it, right? It's all this mythology, right? Let me go. In a classic derived from the detail of Renaissance, mostly the sun god Helios, whatever, pre-Odyssey, whatever. All right, so anyway, so these pictures, they got a lot of pictures of Circe, right? Circe 1910, right? And this one is, right, post-Odyssey, they just talk all about this Circe, right? Ancient cult, Strabo writes that a tomb shrine of Circe was attended by Pharmacusae Islands. This is where they get the word pharmacy, Rohan. Pharmacusae Islands off the coast of Attica. Attica is peninsula in Athens in Greece. Okay? This is where all this stuff come from. All right? Now, yeah, none of this stuff about y'all, right? So the Pharmacusae Islands, all right? Circe was also venerated in Mount Circeo. They actually have, watch this, they actually have Mount Circeo or Cape Circeo is a mountain promontory that marks the southern west limit of the former Prometine Marsh located on the southwest coast of Italy near San Felice Circeo, Italy, Rome. I'm walking it down. This is why the Greeks called it ecclesia. When the Romans conquered Greek and took it over Egypt and called it Egyptus, Aeegopts from Aegean, they changed it from ecclesia to Circe, the assembly, the church, in the name of this goddess, this devil that they conquered Helen. The Romans conquered Helen, and then called them Greeks from Grecos, the first island they conquered of the Hellenists, a small island in the Aegean Sea. And once as they went on, they just say, yeah, there's nothing from now on, y'all Igos. That's what that is. The word Greek is Igos. That's what it is, right? Right? Look it up. It's an exonym. All right. So then the Romans, once they created their religion, and I'm going to walk this down. I don't know if we're going to get through all of it in this one, but we got a lot to come out. But the Romans, when they made Christianity the state religion of Egyptus, of Egypt, after they took it over, because it wasn't the state religion of the Romans, it was the mystery cults, right? When the Romans, under that Theo dude, then they named Circe. They assembled in Circe, okay? They kept their gods. All right. Now, this, let me see. All right. So I'm gonna click on some of the pictures just so, there we go. So now I'm gonna get through, look, sexual politics. There began to interpret what it changed that meant it was not simply magic. With the Renaissance, there began to be a reinterpretation of what it was that changed the men. That the men that Circe supposed to have changed. It wasn't they start to change. It wasn't a reinterpret. It wasn't simply magic. For Socrates said it was been gluttony overcoming their self-control, but the influential emblems, someone said Circe became the type of prostitute and all this nastiness, right? So anyway, let me do this so we can move on. All right, let me show some pictures. All right, so let me double click that, right? Double click, make it big. No, don't make it big. Go back. Okay, go back. I want to go forward. There we go. So look, this is supposed to be Circe. They drew this in 1910, Frederick Stewart Church. You see? And look, she got lions and stuff. She turned men. See, she's on the island. She turned men to pigs and lions and beasts, right? So Frederick Stewart Church got this artwork. Why are you drawing Circe? But anyway, right? 1910. Circe in Bacca's 1365 catalog of famous woman from a 1474 edition. This is supposed to be Circe with all the, what did he say? Servant, you busted them. Oh, it's going down. Wait, it's going to get crazy in a second. Elder Yaya, it's about to get really nuts. So this is Circe, and look at the men. She turned them into a wolf, a pig, right? And they come in worshiping Circe. And look at her. Don't she look like a mother, look like one of them Catholic, whatever, Christian things, right? Watch this. This is Giovanni Battista Trolli's fresco of Circe returning to Ulysses followers to human form, 1610. So that's Circe again. This is the Palace of Circe, 1667. With all these animals are supposed to be men that Circe turned into animals. The Kingdom of Sorceress Circe by Angelo Sorolla of 1630. See? The head of a man, see? And all the animals. Look at this. Dulcie Circe and her lovers in a landscape 1525. Look at this, some nasty looking stuff. And these supposed to be her lovers. She turned these men into animals. William Blake's 1815 of Cosmos and the animated head revelers. So they got the head of animals. Circe on a 490 to 480 BC oil jar in Athens, National Archaeological Museum, Athens. Okay? And that's her with men with animal heads. And that's supposed to be George Romney's 1782 portrait of Circe. This one, Wright Parker's 1889 painting of Circe as a musician. All right, that's enough of Circe. We talk. Look, Circe enchanting Ulysses in a 2012 revival of Martha Graham's Circe ballet. See, these people, they know who this stuff is. They know what this is. And there goes Circe. All right? Now, watch this. So Circe, so what? Circe, who said that that's where church come from? Okay, share this tab instead. What does say? Christian church. The Christian church. Ecclesiology of the Christian church is different denomination, right? Let's scroll on down. Etymology of words. The Greek word ecclesia. I just told y'all, right? I told y'all the Hebrew word kaya'al. Okay, the Hebrew word kaya'al, to assemble. The Greek transliterate that to ecclesia. Ecclesia literally means called out or called forth. Okay, that's what ecclesia. And commonly used to indicate a group of individuals that are called together for some function. and particularly an assembly of the citizens of a city. All right? So the Hebrew Habariah word, kaya'al, means a coming together for a common purpose, usually of some worship or either war or stuff calling together. So when they transliterated the Hellenists, the Greeks made them write ecclesia. All right? It was never called church. All right? From the Hebrews or from the Greeks who first transliterated it. Right? So the Greek word ecclesia means called out or called forth, used to indicate a group of individuals called together for some function, in particular assembly of the citizens of a city. Right? Now, here we go. The English language word church is from the Old English word cerce, or circe. Here we go. The English language word church is from the Old English. Old English is the earliest recorded form of the English language. We're talking back. You got to go back to go forward. Miss me what y'all trying to change. You can't change something that was made in sin and try to make it like write something else. You can't change Halloween to trunk or treat when I know it's a dark pagan fallen angel worship. Wrong. You can't change church. Because the English language word church is from the Old English word circe. Circe is an enchantress, sometimes considered a goddess or a nymph. In most accounts, Circe is described as the daughter of the sun god Helios. And okay, so we did hold on, but wait, it gets worse. The English language word church is from the Old English word circe, derived from the West Germanic word karika, which in turn comes from the Greek word karikeki, meaning of the Lord. Do y'all see this? This is crazy work now, y'all. Of the Lord, which is the possessive form of kurios, okay, kuriak, kurios, ruler or Lord. Kuriki is the sense of church. It's most likely a shortening of oiki or kuriki or oiki, house of the Lord. It never fails now, y'all. House of Baal. And if I keep going, the Lord is Baal. Okay? So it's crazy work. Or Greek ecclesia kurikia. So in the Greek, it would be ecclesia kurikia, the assembling of Circe, the congregation of the Lord. Do you see that now, y'all? Thank you. I'm going to get loud. Thank you. I know. Thank you so much. I'm hot now. All right, let me turn. All right. Ecclesia. All right, there we go. I know I'm going to get loud now. It's about to get really crazy from here on. All right? Not House of Baal is some crazy stuff. But they go to church Circe and they call on the Lord. Right, Wrestling? This is crazy. But all you got to do is go right back and trace back the foundation of where this comes from. So it says, the house of the Lord, the house of Baal, Ecclesia Kuriki, the congregation of Baal, the Lord. Christian churches were sometimes called Kurikan. Kuriakon, adjective meaning of the Lord. In Greek, started in the 4th century. Okay? But ecclesia and basiliki were more common. And then the Romans came and just called it straight Circe. Okay? Circe. Ecclesia Kurike. You can't make it up. The Lord, Baal, the house of Baal. All right. The tell the ecclesia That's crazy. All right. All right. So again, we ain't making nothing up. All right. The The Greek word, hold on, where is it? The English language word church is from the Old English word circe. So this is what they follow. All right. Now let me get back to my let me get back to my breakdown. I just had to, because y'all gonna learn some more Hebrew words in a second. All right? And then I'm gonna get to the craziness of the Greek in a second. All right. After we get through these words, I want to teach y'all. So let me come back. Let me stop share. Let me come back. Let me give y'all the backdrop again. Oh, only thing I do is click that one. Share this tab instead. There we go. All right, we're cooking with olive oil. Yeah, JC is the Lord. You got that right. He's ball. Now, here we go. So, the Greek used the word ecclesia to translate the Hebrew word of kaya, kaya'al. I'm sorry. Kaya'al. I gotta remember these words, right? Let me write kaya'al, kaya'al, because I'm learning them for new too. Let me write it in big letters. Kaya'al, because we are mashaya kaya'al ha ya ha bayat ya. No, bayat mashaya. Oh, I wrote it somewhere. Mashayak kaya'al bayat ha ya. That's our ministry name. All right. Now, the Greeks used the word ecclesia to transliterate the Hebrew word kaya'al, which our ancestors used to cause us to assemble, right? To congregate, to assemble. All right. Now, the Romans used the Greek devil goddess Circe, which they translated to English to church, to call the Christians to assemble, right? So Circe is the goddess of magic and enchanters, right? So now, I told you the Romans were even darker than the Greeks. The Greeks were dark. You're going to see some nasty stuff, but the Romans were even darker. So we are never, have ever been called a church. We are kaya'al. Okay, kaya'al, ya, will translate as the gathering of the people of Yah. Remember, they gather together in the Lord. The word kaya'al ya or kaya'al Yahweh, for those who call the Most High name Yahweh, right? Or Yah. It'll be kaya'al ya translates to the gathering of the people of Yah. So when we come together, like right now, we're kaya'al ya or kaya'al Yahweh. We're gathered together in the name of the Father. You see? While they listen to Elder Yahya, they gathered together in the name of the Lord and Circe. You see? In church and Circe and the Romans, Greco enslaver, Diddy, fallen angel, and they stole people's history book. It's crazy work, bro. And got all these, every nation sitting up here worshiping Circe, the cup of iniquity, and Baal and the Lord and all this stuff. So we kaya'al ya. We gather together, the people of Yah gather together. So we're kaya'al ya tamadaya ha dalayat. That would be the people of Yah following the way. Listen clearly. We would be kaya'al ya tamadaya ha dalayat. The people of Yah who are following the way. Or kaya'al ya tamadaya ha dalayat ha mashayat. That would be the people of Yah following the way of the Messiah. Come on, y'all learn. Y'all. Come on, children of Yah. Learn our original tongue. I'm going to say it. Oh, sorry, I'm going fast. Let me say it slow. Kaya'al Yah or Yahweh, his name, right? Or you could do a short Kaya'al Yah, right? Kaya'al Yah tamadaya ha dalayat ha mashayat. That meant the people of Yah following the way of the Messiah. Kaya'al, assemble. Yah, his name. Tamadaya, followers. Ha, the Dalayat, way. Ha, the Messiah, Savior, the Deliverer, the Anointed. That's our tongue, children. So let's do the syllabic of that sentence. Watch this. Put your hand under your tongue. You ain't got to do it, but I'm going to show you. That was about 10 syllables because my hand went down 10 times. And guess what? I'm going to do it again. About 10 syllables, and they all are one. Y'all see it? They're not, I heard no different vowel, no different sound, no different syllabic sound. Ka ya ah, ya, tamada ya, ha, dalaya, ha, mashaya. All I heard was ah. Okay? Now, they're all one tongue. Each syllable is a hayat, what we're called to be one. See, the Paleo-Canaanite Hebrew and the Babylonian modern Hebrew, the ones that people think they're learning, this is what this would be. The same sentence in the Paleo-Canaanite Hebrew tongue would be kahal with a Q. It would be kahal Yahuwah Tamid Ha Dalet Ha Mashiach or Yeshua or Yahusha. Now let me do it again. Put my hand on my tongue. It will be kahal Yahuwah Tamid Ha Dalet Ha Mashiach or Yahusha if you put his name. Now, it was about the same amount of syllables, but were they one? That's not one tongue. I'm going to do it again. Ka'al, Yahuwah, Tamid, Ha, Dalet, Ha, Mashiach. They're not one. I heard a Ua, I heard a E, I heard a E, I heard a E, Ak. But when you say Kaya all ya tamadaya ha dalayat ha mashaya, they are ahayat. One sound. Yah. That's the tongue. You can't change the tongue. You can't change it to the Canaanite. I thank you, Zazayah. It doesn't sound. When the city is called Yarashalam, when the city is called Yahadayah, when the tribe is called Ya'ada, when it's called, right? When it's Abrayam, you understand? When it's Mashaya, Moses, when it's Yahakanan, when it's Yaakov, Yasharah, Yasha'ah, Yasha'ah. It's all one sound. You can't. It flows all the way through. Praise Yah. You have to learn, children, the vowels of fallen angel. It's an abjad tongue. All the original tongues, original scripts were, even the Phoenician, the Akkadian, the Sumerian, the original Hibariyah, they all were. Now, we're going to do another one. Not only did they call this a church, we'll tonight study how the Greeks wrote the Bible. Not only did they call it a church, but y'all heard a word, thank you, Yahan Kwam, called the Bible. Oh my goodness, this gets messy. The Bible. The Bible. We all say it, right? Our manuscript was never called the Bible a day in its life. Ever. Our manuscript was called Safariyah. In the original Hibariyah tongue, the word S-A-F-A-R-A-Y-A-H. I told you, get your pen and your pad, you're learning your tongue. Listen clearly. Praise Yah for him teaching you the tongue. It was Safariyah. In Habariyah, the Habariyah word, Safariyah, refers to a book, a scroll, a document, a writing, or a script. I think I said script already. I'm going to say it again. So this is your definition, attributive descriptors. Safariyah refers to a book, a scroll, a document, a writing, or a script. Okay? And it has a root word, safar, which means to count or to recount or to declare. Declare a thing. The word safariyah also relates to a scribe. Okay? A scribe. All right, now listen clearly. The person who creates or curates writings. So Yasharallah is a safariyah. I am as well. She's a scribe. Now you hear how that sounds, Azayah? Yasharallah is a safariyah. So I would doubt in the Habariyah, it will be Yasharallah ha-safariyah. You see, that's literally Habariyah. That's great. You see how beautiful it sounds? Yasharallah ha-safariyah, that's Habariyah. That's pure Habariyah. Okay? And I am as well. I'm a safariyah. I'm a scribe. So in the original Habariyah tongue, safariyah is the term for a book or a scroll. It refers to anything from a biblical text to any book. Any book is safariyah. Now, the Canaanite Hebrew, our ancestors, when they start speaking this Canaanite Hebrew tongue, there's the word Sefer. Y'all might have heard that word. Our ancestors, which became Canaanite, following these other lands, Ugarish, Phoenician, all that, they got a word called Sefer, Sefer. I might have heard it because there was this Gentile, he's a heathen, who wrote a book called Sefer Bible. And he spelled it Cepher. And a lot of you got that expensive book. That book is wicked. I'm sorry. You need to watch. I don't think I titled it something. I need to make that video a short video and title it so everybody can see, because I showed you who that Sefer dude is, and he is a serpent. And he spoke the craziest stuff in that video. And I had to show it because a lot of people, sometimes us Hebrews, we really hard-headed and stiff-necked, right? And so we get stuck on something. So when I showed that, I know when I showed that video with him coming out of his own mouth, what that man said, and he done made millions and got people running around speaking a Canaanite tongue, right? Everybody coming from that Sefer. The Most High never, and I wanted to buy it back in the day. I done told y'all a bunch of times. And the Most High said, I'll pop you in your head right? I was saving up money because I would have bought it if it would have been a regular price. It was so expensive. And the Most High said, don't you, and I'm like, what? I mean, I want to speak the Mishpachah, Koti, and Yitzhak, and all this fallen angel tongue. It's just as wicked, but it's just as, well, it's more wicked actually than the actual English language because it's going further back to the elder gods. But I mean, it is what it is. You're learning the original tongue now. So even if you got it, you don't got to throw it away. It's very expensive. You just need to be able, because I read from the King James and it's full of lords and gods and Jesus, right? But that's easier for me to replace the lords and gods and Jesus because they're further laid the English tongue. But that Sefer got these fallen angel guys. They be like Yakanoki Yoki and Yikido. They calling on them ancient principalities, bro. I'm good with that. It's too, it's a whole nother level of wickedness. I'm good with my KJV because I know my ancestor King James, King Yaakov from the Jacobites, Yasharalites, transliterated that for us into this tongue. So I'm good with that. I'm good with that serpent. Yeah, I'm good. All right. So now, our Canaanite ancestors made a Hebrew word, Sepher, and even the Ashkenazi convertites, they call it Sepher, S-E-F-E-R too, for their Babylonian stuff, right? The original word is Saphariah, okay? And that Gentile wrote a book called the Sepher and spelled it C-E-P-H. I don't even know what that's about. That's probably some whole nother language of witchcraft. And he wicked as all outdoors, all right? Now, the Babylonian Ashkenazi convertites, they further perverted our tongue and they made a related word to Sepher and they call it Sofer, S-O-P-H-E-R. And they use that for the word of scribe. Wrong. The word of scribe is Saphariah. It ain't no sofa. Saphariah is the word for scribe. I'm just teaching y'all this because as you go study and show yourself approved, you're going to run into all these mistranslations. All right? And that's why I teach y'all everything, because you're called to go forth and not take nobody's word on face value. You'll go study to show yourself approved. Go look. Same research I have to do. And then your righteousness, the Most High, with the Raya Hayakadash, the Holy Spirit will reveal. But you'll put the pieces together. So that's why I teach y'all everything. All right? So the Ashkenazi Babylonians got a word called Sofer. Yeah, that's probably where they get Sophia, right? That God. And they call that for the word scribe. So they take the same Hebrew, Canaanite, modern Hebrew word for Saphariah, and they added a diacritic vowel mark. These dots and dashes. So what the Ashkenazi Babylonian convertites did was they took the original Saphariah, right? And then they converted that to the Canaanite Babylonian to Sepher, and then they took their modern Hebraic Canaanite script for Sepher, and they put diacritic vowel marks, these dots and these dashes, and it changes their Sepher to Sofer. See, the diacritic vowels you see, they change. That's how they change our Habariah into fallen angel, by adding vowels, taking the Abjad language, Lashayan, and making it Abugida, a language with a hybridized language of vowels and consonants. All right, it's fallen angel. All right, so why are you teaching us this? We was going on along, you was seeing the picture. I'm about to get to the crazy stuff in the pictures. Why are you teaching us this? Because the books of the writings of the Most High was never, ever, 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 ever called a Bible. Ever. I'm going to stop calling it the Bible. Now I got to retrain my tongue. The word Bible is a Greek word for the word book. The modern Bible is a library of 66 books put together by the Roman enslavers, first of all. So the Greek word for Bible is Biblia, B-I-B-L-I-A. That is the beta, iota, beta, lambda, iota, alpha, Greek, which means books. Biblia, beta, iota, beta, lambda, iota, alpha. This is the plural form of the word Biblos, B-I-B-L-O-S. That is beta, iota, beta, lambda, omicron, va, sigma. Sigma, you know, sigma, di, delta, beta, I, all these people proclaiming this Greek, this Greeks, right? Come on, Elder Yazayan, I'm teaching tonight. Yeah, I'm in teaching mode tonight. Y'all, come on, get on the bus, get your pens, get in the bus, make sure you got your school book, get your pen and pad, all right? So the Greek word for Bible is Biblia. which means books. It's the plural form of biblos, B-I-B-L-O-S, meaning book, singular, book, biblos. Biblia is books, which the Hellenes, what they call the Greeks, got from the name of the Phoenician city of Byblos. Listen clearly. The Hellenes, what the Romans later called the Greeks, got the name Byblos from the name of the Phoenician city Byblos, B-Y-B-L-O-S, Byblos. Byblos, that's why it's Byblos. It's not Byblos, it's Byblos, sorry. It's B-I-B-L-O-S, but they don't say B, they say Bi. So Biblia, sorry, I was saying Biblia. Let me explain. Let me take it back. The Greek word for Bible is Biblia. Beta, Ida, Beta, Lambda, Iota, Alpha, which means books. This is the plural form of the word Biblos. Beta, Iota, Beta, Lambda, Omicron, Va, Sigma, meaning book, the singular, which the Hellenes, which later was the Greeks, got from the name of the Phoenician city Byblos, which is modern day Lebanon today. What we call Lebanon is the ancient Phoenician city Byblos. The Phoenicians again, where the Greeks got their language and their alphabet from. When the Phoenicians brought them out of the Dark Ages. We go in there in a second. Y'all gonna show you the Greek Dark Ages. The Phoenicians, but that's why they got their language. The Greek alphabet is Phoenician. That's why this Biblia and Byblos come from the Phoenician city Byblos. All right. So the Hellenes, what they / Greeks, got the word Byblos from the name of the Phoenician city of Byblos, B-Y-B-L-O-S. They got the B-I-B-L-O-S. The Phoenician city of Byblos was famous for exporting papyrus to Greece. This is the material, it's the word of the material which they use for writing, for parchment, writing material, papyrus, and it became synonymous to the Greeks with the written word. So the Greeks used the word Byblos for papyrus, for writing parchments, book. So they got their Greek word, because the alphabet comes from the Phoenician, they got their Greek word Byblos, meaning book. Okay? So the Hellenistic, listen clearly, tribe of Judah, all right? Now let me do it this way. The phrase, there's a phrase called ta Biblia. It's Tau, T-A-U, that's Canaanite Hebrew, Naya'al. You know they call the Tav, our last letter in our last Adiyah in the Habariyah. They call it a Tav or a Tau, T-A-U, right, Naya'al? So listen to this phrase, Naya'al. It's called Ta Biblia, B-I-B-L-I-A. It's the Tau, Beta, Iota, Beta, Lambda, Iota, Alpha. What I just did now, y'all, this was our ancestors who sold out and became Hellenized, what they now call Greeks in Alexandria. The ones who sold out and became Hellenized, they called it Ta Biblia. They mixed the Tau, which is Canaanite, with the Beta, Iota, Beta, Lambda, Iota, Alpha, and it means the books. This was the term used by the Hellenistic tribe of Judah, Judeans, to refer to their sacred Hebrew text. Now, y'all, they sold out and they mixed the holy with the profane. Those the sellouts, guys. The ones, and not to broad stroke them and not to have no compassion. It was under the order of Didion and stuff. They were graping and raising them. So generations got raised that way. So we do have to have understanding and compassion. It's like not having compassion for people who've been enslaved and destroyed, and you looking later and trying to judge them. You know what I mean? Now, some of the weak ones, the first round, they sell out. Everybody ain't as strong, right? Like I said, I'm a runaway slave. So I would have been the one with the Maccabees in the mountains, right? But we do have to have understanding, compassion, understand these Hellenists enslaved them, diddied them. I mean, unalived their wives, their families, took their baby. So some of them did it to survive. And then you got generations that was just, they were born in it. Like us born in Christianity, right? We calling on Byblos, the Phoenician. We calling on Circe, the Greek fallen angel god. We calling on Baal, the Lord. Right? So we got to give, as much as we want to look now and be like, they will sell out, not all. Now you got some that were, and those were the ones like the Pharisees, the ones in power that went and took money and was the gatekeepers. Okay? So the Hellenistic Judeans, Yahadayans, tribe of Judah, this is what they call their new Hellenized Bible. They called it Tab Biblia because they spoke Greek. Koine Greek became their first tongue. Yeah, we do got to give a little leverage, Lanya. We definitely do, right? We got to have compassion and understand, right? Yeah, they did them. They did them crazy. I'm about to show it. Judah next. Wait till you see. As soon as I finish this, y'all going to see. It's so nasty, bro. Yo, it's nasty, bro. I'm talking about now. Y'all know, guys, I done taught so much and exposed so much. If I'm saying it's nasty, y'all gonna be like, oh boy, just get yourself together, guard yourself. I'm having parental discretion is coming, right? Because we got to expose who they were before we can get to them creating, transliterating our scriptures, right? Into this devil ditty tongue. All right. Now listen. The term Tab Biblia was used by the Hellenistic tribe of Judah in Alexandria and all, referred to their sacred Hebrew scriptures. The Hellenistic tribe of Judah, the ones that either sold out, got diddied, they call it Greekanized, or it was really Hellenized. That's what they call it all over the world. They went and Hellenized all nations, right? The tribe of Judah called their text Tab Biblia because now they were speaking the tongue of the Hellenes. That's what the tongue was. There was no Greek. The Romans conquered them, called it Greek alphabet. It was the tongue of the Hellenes, okay? And these were their enslavers, and they would later become known as the Greeks. The Romans took the Greek word Biblia, and later the word Biblia got translated into English into the word Bible. And this comes from the Phoenician city Byblos, the Phoenician pagans, right? And so now we got the Hebrews, which Safariyah, right? Which is our books, and Habariah is now called the Bible after the Phoenician, Greeks, and the Romans. It's like the Lord, Circe, Bible, it's all falling in. It's crazy. It's so crazy. All right? Safariyah. All right? Manuscript. Our text. Now, I got a little more teaching, then we're going to go to the exposing stuff, to the crazy stuff showing these Greeks. The 5 books that make up the Torah or the Pentateuch, what they call it, I'm speaking English, right? They were written in Habariah by the Yahadayans, Judeans, the tribe of Judah, all right? They were written in Hebrew. So I'm going to break this down and I'm going to show what was happening, okay? Of the 5 books, 4 are known in the world by names that are either Greek or translated from Greek. We know because we say these words. We have the book of what? Genesis, right? And that's supposed to be creation. Now, some of us know Genesis is gene of Isis. And the Hellenes followed their god. They followed the Mitzrayim god, Isis, because the Hellenes, what they later became the Greeks, married their pantheon of gods with Mizraim gods. That's where they get Serapis from. Serapis is the bull god with Isis, okay? So that's why Genesis is Gina Isis, all right? So remember, four of the books are known by Greek or translated from the Greek. Genesis, creation, Exodus, exit, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy is second law in Greek. The only exception to all of these names is the book of Leviticus. That actually comes from Levites. I'll break that down in a second. So now let me break it down for you. The Torah was translated from the original Habariyah Hebrew to the Greek during the Hellenistic era, right? The Greek was the lingua franca. I broke that down in the last one, almost around the whole world. The tongue that was instituted as the lingua franca, the tongue spoken as the common language from all the conquered world, the world that was Hellenized at the time, under Alexander the Greek. He conquered the world, right? It's before the Romans came and conquered them, right? Greek, Koine Greek, was a lingua franca of the time. The tribe of Judah was split at the time of them writing the Septuagint, transliterating our manuscript into this bastardized tongue. The tribe of Ya'ada, Judah, was split between what they called the Tamadayan HaDalayat, the followers of the way, or they called them in the English, in the Greek, they called them the traditionalists. Y'all can look all this up. Y'all study, show yourself approved. They called them the traditionalists. But in Habariyah, they were the Tamadayah Hadalayah, the followers of the way. So the tribe of Ya'ada, Judah at this time was split in two factions. The Tamadayah Hadalayah, the followers of the way, the traditionalists, and the Hellenized. They call them Jews, but Judeans. The the sellouts. The Hellenized were the Pharisees and the Sadducees. So at the time, it was the Pharisees, Sadducees versus the Tamadayah Hadalayah, the disciples. The Tamadayah is disciple in Habariyah. Those are followers. So it was the Pharisees and Sadducees versus the Tamadayahs, right? Tamadayam, disciples. And the Pharisees and Sadducees had the natives under their rule, all right? And they made them sell out, Hellenized, all right? Now, the translators of that, those who translated our manuscripts into Greek, all right, who they called the 70, which is really 72, but they just want to have that to see Septuagint. See, they so nasty. It's 72 of the elders, right? They gave each book, each of our manuscript. Now what I'm doing, I'm breaking down them writing in they was not in Alexandria, it was on that island. What was it called? Patos or something? I said it on the last one. It's on one of my slides, but I don't want to look for it now. It's on the last one. It's one of my slides, what the island was called. He didn't even take them to Alexandria. He took them to an island, 72 elders, and separated them, right? Enslaved them there, right? Now, what they did, now this is under decree of unaliving. You understand? This is not, they ain't doing this willfully. Because, no, it wasn't the island of Patmos. That's with John. That's Yehochanan with the island of Patmos. No, this is the island. This is the Egyptian island. But anyway, it's called something. I had said it last time. Let me continue. So this is by decree of torture, of unaliving, right? So 72 elders, each of them gave a Greek title to the books. Let me explain. None of the book, there was no book of Gene of Isis. There's no book of Exodus, Numbers. That ain't Habariyah. So the enslavers, the Hellenists, they made them give each book a title, a Greek title, all right, by force. All right. Now, as I said, it would have been against Hebrew law Torah, Yah, to transcribe the Most High Yah's sacred text to any Phoenician fallen angel tongue. That would have been against the law. So you can't say that this was done willingly, all right, at all, unless those 72 elders were sellouts, and they wasn't, because they had to go get them, all right? So the 72 elders gave each book a Greek title that reflected the contents of the book. So they titled the first book Genesis, and it's supposed to be about the creation of the world. Then they titled Exodus, and it's supposed to be about the exit of the tribe of Judah, well, the Israelites, from Egypt, okay, from Mitzrayim. Now, the original Habarayah manuscripts, or Safarayah, the original books, manuscripts, Safarayah, remember, didn't have titles like Genesis or what the Greeks worship, Gene of Isis. The original manuscripts of Safarayah didn't have titles like Genesis, but were known by what you would call incipits. The word incipits is the first words or the phrases of the text. So our original Habarayah manuscript didn't have titles. It had incipits. It took the first words of phrases, and that started out the Safarayah, the book. Like, in the beginning, it was called Barashayat. In the Canaanite Hebrew, they say Bereshit. Bereshit. Pardon my language. I don't cuss. Bereshit, right? Your mama a sheet. I don't know what sheet you talking about, right? No, not the island. Stop trying to guess the island, guys. Y'all gonna distract me. I said it before. It's on the other lesson. I could find it, but I don't feel like doing it. I'm teaching something now. I'll find it later. It's on one of my things. All right. It starts with a P. All right. So anyway, so stay focused. These Hebrews, stay focused. All right. Now, the book of Barashayat is what they call Genesis. It's not Bereshit. I used to say Bereshit back in the days. I'm not trying to make nobody feel foolish. We had to learn, right? I used to be like Bereshit and Shemot. I used to say Shemot for Exodus, right? Davarim for what's Davarim? I think it's Deuteronomy or some Davarim. I forgot it. Tamadim and all that, right? I used to speak the Canaanite Hebrew, Paleo. I didn't know no better, right? When we was babies, we do as children do. But that's why I'm teaching. That's why the Most Highs teach. We don't stay on breast milk. You heard? We're coming on back to Yah, Habarayah, the original pictograph, original tongue. You heard? All right, now listen. It's Barashayat. That's in the beginning, okay? And then our ancestors had the word Shamayat. The word Shamayat is actually singular. The plural would be Shamayam. Okay? So Shamayat would be, okay, let me explain what that is. Our ancestors called what the Greeks called Exodus, it was the book of Shamayam. Y'all write this down. Y'all probably know Barashayat is in the beginning. Write that down. Barashayat in the beginning. That's what they call Genesis. Now, Shamayam is the Habarayah word for names. Okay? It's plural. And that is what our ancestors called the book of Exodus. The book of Exodus is Shamayam. The Canaanite fallen angel tongue Hebrew is Shemot. Or Shemot. I think it's Shemot, right? Now, it ain't Shemot. It would be Shamayat, right? For the singular. But it's not singular. Shamayah. So the word name in Habarayah is Shama. In the Canaanite Hebrew tongue is Shema. That's why we got the song Shema. We still on this Israel, right? Yahuwah Elohim Sihu Yahuwah dun dun dun. But it's really Shama Yasharal Ya Ya Alayaha Ya Ya Ahayad. See, we say Echad. That's Canaanite. We say Shema is Shama. Okay? And when you put Yah's name back on, it's Shama Yah. Right? So Shama Yah or Shama means name, singular. Shama Yam means name, plural. Shama Yam is also the name for heaven. But let me get there, because I don't want y'all to get too far ahead of me. I know you Hebrews, you Habariyahs. Y'all get too far ahead of me. Welcome to the house of Yah, the MCNXX place. Welcome to the house of Yah, right? I know y'all get ahead of me. You Habariyahs. Now, the word, the name for the book of Exodus is actually in the Habariyah is Shamayam. In the Canaanite Hebrew and the Babylonian, what's they call the Ashkenazi Convertites is Shemot, right? Right? So it's Shamayam. So the word Shamayat, actually, it wouldn't be Shemot, or that would be Shamayat. It would be Shamayam, because Shamayat would actually, with the Tayat at the end, would be the completed name. Listen to this now, y'all. That would be the name of Yah. The word Shamayat is actually the completed name. When you put a Tayat at the end of a Habariyah, it marks the completion. That's why the Mashayat, the Messiah, what they call Jesus, Yahweh Shah or Yahweh Shah, he is the Mashayat. We are Mashayas. We're called to be Mashayas, right? Not the Tayat is not at the end, because we are not the completed Mashayat like our king is. Mashayas are what's the names? Saviors or deliverers. Like Moses' name was Mashayah. Okay? So it's the same with Shamayat. The Shamayat would be the completed name. That is Yah. Okay? Shamayat. The completed name of Yah. His completion. Kalala Yah is the completion. So Shama means name. So the book of Exodus is the book of Shamayam. All right? Genesis is Barashayat. Exodus is Shamayam. And I already broke it down. In Hebrew, Exodus is called Shamayam, which means names, which is also the Hebrew name for heaven. Now, the reason why Shamayam for Exodus, meaning names, and heaven has the same Habariyah name, because heaven, Shamayam, means a place or a house of recorded names. Y'all write that down. The Hebrew word Shamayam, which they translate to heaven, means a place or house, bayat, of recorded names. And what do they do in the Shamayam? They're recording the book of records, okay? In the house, in the Shamayam. That's one of the attributional descriptions. It means more things than that, right? You know, the Habariyah has a myriad of meanings, and it have a negative and positive connotation on all that, right? So that's one of the attributional descriptors of Shamayam, all right? Okay, a house, a place, or a house of recorded names. That's why Shamayam, book of Exodus, or the Habariyah word for names, and Shamayam, heaven, share the same name, all right? So the name of the book of Exodus is Shamayam. This names come from the first verse of the book, which begins with, "These are the names of the sons of Israel." See, our ancestors didn't have titles like Gene of Isis and all of that. They had incipits, meaning they used the first words or phrases of their text. The first words of Barashayat said, "in the beginning." The way that you say in the beginning in Hebrew, Habariyah, is Barashayat. The first words of Shamayam, Exodus, it says the names. It says the first land. These are the names of the Bayan of Yasharal. Thank you. These are the names of the son of Israel. So everything is an incipit. It's the first word is what they called it. That's why it was called Shamayam. Hold on, let me put it back for y'all. All right. Praise Yah. There we go. All right. So now what you're doing, children of Yah, you're praise Yah, you are really learning now. You're really learning. We getting a lot of understanding of our text, of our Safari Yah, our books, our manuscripts. Okay. So now the name for the book of Exodus is Shamayam. This name comes from the first verse of the book, which begins, "These are the names of the sons of Yasharal." The Greek name Exodus, this is how they got Exodus. Exodus, right? Because remember, the Greek transliterated into their Phoenician fallen angel tongue, right? So the Greek name Exodus, Exodos, means the way out or departure from. So that's why when they got the 72 elders to transliterate, they was putting it in their tongue. That's why the Most High would have never, that wouldn't have been a thing, that would have been against Yah's law. That would have been breaking covenant to ever transliterate Yah's sacred tongue into a bastardized fallen angel tongue, right? So the Greek name Exodos, Exodos, meant the way out or departure from, all right? And then later it got termed in English to Exodus with the US in other language. So now the next book was the only one that was actually not an actual full Greek word was the book of Leviticus, all right? Because Leviticus will translate to Levi, the tribe of Levi, the Levites, right? Lavayat, right? But the book of Leviticus and Habariyah is called Bayakra. B-A, y'all write this down, Bayakhra. Bayakra. If you do your diligence, as you should, go forth and do your studies, you'll see, if you can be diligent, you'll come up with Vayakra. Sound like Viagra, but with a V. Everyone, before there was a V in Habariyah, there was a B. Okay? Even the Greek do that. All ancient languages, there was no V at a time. Way before the W, there was a Bayat. So it wouldn't be Vayakra, but if you wanted to say Vayakra, you could, but that's not the truth. That's not the completion. We're trying to come back in spirit and in truth, fullness. It's Bayakra, all right? And that means, and he called, Bayakra, write this Habariyah word. Bayakra means, and he called, or the called, or like the called ones, but really the called. It denotes ones, right? So it also means he will join, Bayakra, all right, and he called, the called, he will join, or he joins, he joins Yah, he joins Yah, or priests. So Bayakra would attribute the scriptures are he will join, he who joins Yah, the priest, and he called, Yah called, the called. That was denoting the Levites, the priesthood. the called ones. So the book of Leviticus is Vayakra. That's why. That was the only one that our ancestors, it didn't take a full, complete Greek name. All right. Vayakra is the book of Leviticus. Now, next, you're going to learn the Habariyah word called, I told you it's a lot, Bamada Bariyah. Bamada Bariyah. Bama de Bariyah. That's how you say it. Bama de Bariyah. Let me write it. B-A-M-A, like a Bama, like Alabama, like the Bamas, child of Alabama. It's Bama de Bariyah. B-A-M-A-D-A-B-A-R-A-Y-A-H. Bama de Bariyah. All right. Now, the Bama de Bariyah means in the wilderness. All right? The Bama de Bariyah is the Hebrew name for the fourth book of the Torah, which is known in English as the Book of Numbers. I know y'all gonna say, Sifa said it was, don't listen to that, that fallen angel. He speak, well, I don't know what he speak. Y'all gotta watch my lesson on him. That fallen angel, he's a wicked dude. Don't listen to that. And you only gotta listen to Canaanite Hebrew. This is Habariyah. Bama de Bariyah is the Hebrew name for the Book of Numbers. One of the descriptors of it means in the wilderness or in the desert. There it go. They wrote it for you. All right? I knew they would. In the wilderness or in the desert. All right? And the name Bama de Bariyah is taken from the first word of the book, which means in the wilderness. Okay? The Hebrew name is a reflection of the book of the Bariyah, the book of Numbers, content, which details the Israelites, the children of Yasharel's 40-year journey through the wilderness. Okay? So the book of Numbers is Bama de Bariyah. It denotes the book's telling of the Yasharelites' 40-year journey through the wilderness. All right. The next Habariyah word you got is, yep, you got it. I'm not, they writing it. Is the Bariyam. Okay? But you'll see there was, if you look, oh, even Sifa. So some of the, what they call the wish people, the Ashkenazi, what I call Ashkenazi convertites. Right? I'm trying to make that new name. Because every time I say convertites, I know some people who knew don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to start, I know if I say Ashkenazi convertites, they're like, oh, yeah, I always make up, I always make up these titles. We got to get past the, you know, the flags, right? So the Ashkenazi convertites, right? They call it, and the Sifa too, they call it Devraim. I used to call it that, right? D-V-A-R-I-M, something, all these A-E-I-O. It's not Devraim. So it wasn't a Vayat. It wasn't a Vav. It wasn't a V. It was a Bayat. So it's the Barayam, the plural. Okay? Right. So now the Barayam, it means words or things. Right? No, Rohan. No. Safariyah is an S, not a C. It's an S. All right. Now, it's Safariyah with an S. Now, the Barayam means words or things. So, the Hebrew book called the Debarayam is known in the English language as the book of Deuteronomy. Okay? The fifth and final book of the Torah, the Torah. The name Debarayam comes from the first Hebrew words of the book, which translate to words. Okay, now, for all those who learned from our furthest earlier studies, in the beginning was what? The book of John says, John 1, in the beginning was what? Debarayah, the word. And Debarayah was what? Was with Yah. And Debarayah was what? Ayah. But now, y'all, I think I'm going to do it tonight. I'm going to do it right now. Let's do it since we're here. Another layer pulled back. Another mystery deciphered. That ain't even, I'm like, because I'm doing the Greek and I'm going back to when they translated. I know the Romans did a whole nother work, and you got all these other translations. I went back and watch what I found. I got the screenshot. Watch this. It's this one. Yep, watch this. Perfect timing. Share, stop share. Stop share. Watch this, children of Yah. Share screen, window. It got to be this one. This looks blurry, but hopefully it is. Let's see. Yep. Look at this. This is the Greek Koine text. I had to look this up because something wasn't right. Watch this. So if you go to the straight Septuagint, I had to make sure I just need the literal Septuagint. I don't want you added in. I don't want you doing. I need to find the literal Septuagint and the literal translation. Not to make no but easy to understand. Look what it says now, y'all. Now, this is from the 72 elders translated. Before the Romans, everything got to, before all these translations, it says, in the beginning was the Word. And the Word was with, I'm going to say God, and God was the Word. Oh, I'm going to get there. And then it says, this one was in beginning toward the God. All things through him became, and apart from him became not even one thing that has become. Now listen clearly. That's why, honestly, it's actually better to go back to the Septuagint if you can, and go further back to the, right? If you could go back, because the further you go back, the less transliterations and stuff. Like, they got a million different, now they're trying to make stuff, So because we're on the Greek, I said, okay, once I'm breaking down, so now, let me explain to y'all, children. Shout out to Yashalayah Shalayam. That's a beautiful name, daughter of Yah. You got a dope name right there. All right? Now, she got Yashalayah Shalayam. Beautiful name. Now, listen clearly. For those who know, Debarayah is the Habariyah word for word. Okay? Word. The word is Debarayah. In the beginning was Debarayah, and the Debarayah was with Yah, and Yah was the Debarayah. Watch this now, y'all. This Ahayad was in beginning toward the Alayam. All things through him, Debarayah became, and apart from, and apart from him became not even one thing that has become. Now listen clearly, children of Yah. This is how you need to understand our original tongue. All right? Now, there you go. Y'all, he's gone. I knew he probably was a troll. No, he probably not. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what he's doing. Y'all watch the chat. I'm not sure. Y'all just be careful. All right, because people just post some crazy stuff. Try to pay attention to the study, King, and add on to the study if you can. Because I don't want you distracting the chat with other stuff. I need to know what's being said. All right, now listen, everybody, listen now, y'all. Watch this. In the beginning was Debarayah, right? And Debarayah was with Yah, and Yah was the Debarayah. Now we know that because we know that the first thing that Yah manifests, emanated in the beginning was his word, Debarayah. That's the word, guys, for in Habariyah. So in the beginning, Yah manifest emanated Dabar Yah, because through Dabar Yah, all things will be manifest. Listen clearly. So this says, in the beginning was Dabar Yah, and Dabar Yah was with Yah, and Yah was the Dabar Yah. Yes, because they're one. They come from Yah. They're his emanations. They are Hayah. They're one. All right, one with the Father, right? Now, it says, in the beginning was the Dabar Yah, and the Dabar Yah was with Yah, and Yah was the Dabar Yah. This Ahayad was in beginning towards the Alayam. Watch this, guys. Head blown emoji. We know they are Ahayad. So this says this Ahayad, this oneness, was in the beginning towards the Alayam. Listen, children of Yah, those who have the election, the others who are, I'm going to try to break it down so y'all can understand. The Most High is the Alayah. He is Ahayad. He is singularity. He is. Ayah means, no, he is Haya. Haya, I think you see it already, Nayel. Haya is he is. The Most High was the Alayah alone. Ahayah, just one. Before he emanated and manifested himself, before he manifested the Alayam, what y'all would call the heavenly council, when he says, let make man in our image, when he manifested the Barayah, he manifested the emanation. Once he manifested the Barayah, listen now, y'all, the Barayah was the beginning towards the Alayam. The first one beginning towards to create the Alayam. From the Alayah created the Alayam. The Barayah was created, and through the Barayah, the Most High manifested her Barayah, which is the Adiyats, the letters. And then through her Barayah, through the letters, he manifested wisdom. She said she was first. And then he said, come on. And then the Alayam. So this says this Ahayad, this oneness that the Barayah was with Yah and was Yah was the Barayah. This oneness was the beginning towards the Alayam, the heavenly council. And it said all things through this the Barayah became, and apart from the Barayah became not even one thing that has become, because Yah used the word to the Barayah to manifest, emanate all the rest of the Shamayam, all of the rest of the Alayam. And the Shamayam, and the earth, and us, and everything else. All things through the Barayah became, and apart from the Barayah became not one thing that has become. Oh my goodness, praise Yah's holy name, his rightful order. The Alayam, Yashir, Yah. You know the Most High be unlocking those keys, right? He be unlocking those doors, those Dalayats. And I'm sitting there, I'm doing all this stuff, and I'm like, and it be the Raya Hayakadash, right? It be the Holy Spirit. So I'm doing something, right? And I'm studying, I'm going, and the Rayak is in me. He just keep prodding me. And I'm putting all this together, and I'm doing, he's like, go to the beginning, read in the that's when I was getting to the point of the Barayam. I'm about to get there in a second. That's why I'm broke. And he was like, I was steady going, he was like, go, find it. And I'm like, oh, so I had to stop everything. I said, okay, that means you got something you want me to open, Yah. There's something you want. So I said, okay, I don't got no Septuagint. And then the Rayak was like, you need to find it, but then you got to keep finding the one without their translations. You need the first translation without this assistance they try to give you. They try to water it down and change words and that's why it sounds like it's broken. Look, this one was in beginning toward the God. See? No. I need that part because I have the keys. I know the Habariyah. I need the part that the 72 elders was translating as the Greeks because I needed to be in a state that what they was manifesting because I know the original tongue. So that's the keys to unlock. And so as I'm reading, I said, in the beginning was the Barayah, and the Barayah was with Yah, and Yah was the Barayah right there. I said, woo! I said, okay, that's holy devil. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I said, hold on. And the Bariyah was, and the Yah was the Bariyah. I said, okay. And it said this one, this Ahayat was in beginning toward the Aliyah. Whoa, I knew right away it said toward, it said the Aliyah. I said, oh, shooky. I'm like, this is the manifestation of the Aliyah. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me make it easier. For everyone else, they call it Elohim. The hello. This not they ain't Elohim. That's fallen angel El. The god El is a fallen angel Anunnaki god, right? So the Canaanite Hebrew call it El, right? They call it Elohim and Elohah. They call it the singularity of Yah before he manifested emanations of himself, the heavenly council. He's they would say Eloah, Eloah. That's fallen angel. It's Alayah, singularity. And the plurality ain't Elohim, it's Alayam. This is the beginning. So this says this one was in beginning toward. So that's saying this Ahayad, oneness, was in this one because the two, all of them are Ahayad with Yah, like he wants us to be Ahayad. This Ahayah was in beginning toward the Alayam because Yah manifested him. And once he manifested him, now it is more than the Aliyah. It's Alayam. He's not alone. And then the Bariyah would be what everything would become from. All creations, all manifestations would be spoken. That's what he spoke. The Bariyah is his word. And Mashiach, that's Mashiach, is that. So when Mashiach came into the flesh, that's when he put on flesh suit, the word became flesh, and he had a name, and his name denotes his purpose, what he came into the flesh to fulfill. That's why his name is Yahweh Shah or Yahweh Shah. Because when the word, the Bariyah, came into the flesh, he got his purpose like we do. So his purpose means Yah is salvation. And he is the Mashiach because he came to deliver us to Yah, salvation, bring us to the Father who is salvation. But now he's back to Bariyah. But they don't know that. You gotta understand, Mashiach is not Yahweh Shah in the Shamayam. He is, because he's not Yah, he is the Bariyah, the first manifested from the Father. The only Yah, the first emanation. Praise the Most High. Praise the Most High. Let me get back to my and I'm gonna it's 12:30. I gotta get to that nasty degree. I wanted to do it early, but it's okay. I knew I needed to teach this. You know what I mean? I'm gonna get to it. I don't want to save it. Maybe I should. We'll see. Let's see when I get through this, because I got some crazy stuff to come out. Well, it's still almost 80 people here, so I don't know. Let's see. So let me get back. Let me go to here. Let me share this screen instead. How do I go? Oh, that's because I gotta stop share. Stop share. Bang. Share screen. Bang. Share. All right. Now let me get back. All right. So y'all get this devil out of here. Get this Baal worshiper out of here. You're right. Jesus is Lord. The Lord is Baal, and Jesus is an earth pig, and ain't no Jesus in Hebrew. So you take your little Caesarea Borgia, fluffy tipping through with non-woolly hair, with non all that. You take that little Roman, Greco-Roman ditty religion, spiritual. You can't take our history book and take it yours. You are blasphemy. So be gone, you ignorant. What you call religious. This ain't a religion. This is the house of Yah. So you can't take our history book and rewrite it and some Jesus and all these Greco-Roman gods. They enslaved the 72 Hebrew elders and created this Christianity, a devil religion. The devil's a lie. The followers of the way were never Christians. Fine, say they were. This part. See? This is simple. Say they were. Show me anywhere in history, any text where the Tamadayan Hadalayat were ever Christian. Mashiach was never a Christian, the Messiah. ever a day in his life. And his name was never Jesus. So be gone. I don't care what color you is. You be black, blue, or purple. I'm tired of you heathen Christians. That's why, listen clearly, that's why the alt-right Christians are talking about enslaving people and everything. Those are the true Christians. So you let them go with that, because that's Christianity. Yeah, the Constantine followers of this fallen angel worshiper, Serapis. What's Constantine? Sol Invictus, sun worship. I bet you don't even keep the seventh day, do you? No, you don't. In the Genesis, day 1 to day 7, the Most High keep it holy forever. And you don't, I do every day. You don't worship nothing every day. Stop lying. You go right to Pastor Pork Chop on Sunday, if you even go, and put your money in the basket. Don't come to the house of Yah, you heathen. We're talking about something blasphemous. You're blasphemous. It's a blasphemy to not study to show yourself approved. And we will receive you. This ain't no Hebrew Israelite. This ain't no fleshly worship. This is the truth from the manuscript. We're breaking down all the way from Egypt, all the way from Septuagint, all the way from the Greek. We're breaking down the tongue and all of it, who they enslaved. You heard? Yeah, you're right. Jesus is Baal. You heard? And everybody know who Baal is. If you don't, then that means you're ignorant and you need to study show yourself approved. The world even know who Baal is. Baal is the Lord.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god means Lord. David, what is Baal? Yes, B-A-A-L. Four-letter name of a chief.
Four-letter name of a chief Canaanite god. Baal. What did the Bible say? They will change my name for Baal. It's actually written in the Bible, but you don't read the Bible. So you're in the wrong place. You came to the house of people who live the word. You don't even read the Bible, more or less live the word. So be gone. Go find you Pastor Pork Belly somewhere to spread your little blasphemous Zeus Baal worship somewhere else. Some of this Yah's children, some of the Most High's children is waking up. Yeah, his name is Yah. It's in the book of Psalms. That part. Instead of you putting down the doctrine of men, your religion, you might have learned something. Grab a pen and paper and then go study yourself self-approved. But you won't. That's why the 2/3 will perish. Because you like this Caesarea Borgia religion. You like the enslavers' religion. All right? I don't care what color. I don't care what nationality you in. Because the remnant of every nation, kindred, tongue, and people will stand before the Messiah. You heard? And clothed in white robe. So we're here for the righteous who want to know the truth. We tired of the lies. We've been lied to enough. You heard this part. So usually I'm a lot more patient, guys, but all that talking some blasphemies, you come here with this blasphemous tongue, you don't even know what you're even talking about. Wrong place. TD Jakes, TD Snakes is on. What's his name? What's the dude that just told that lady, you can't, if you don't give me $2,000 to get this blessing, these pastors, right? Go find Pastor Winans and go beat it. These Christians I'm done with these Christians. It's 2025. You still think of Serapis Christos. You still calling on Baal as Lord. And man. No. Let me be patient. Because some people, see, reason why they got the smoke, because they call this blasphemous. They didn't come and ask a question. And they didn't come and say such and such. They came like they know some truth. And we being blasphemous. The devil's a lie. That's why you got the smoke. If you would have came humble as a servant, I'm here to teach everyone, a nation of every nation, kindred, tongue. And I tell you, go study. I'm putting it on the screen, all the scripts and the texts and everything. The devil's a lie. I just read from the Septuagint. It was on the screen. You don't even know Hebrew, but you want to speak from my Habariah book. The Messiah was a Hebrew man from the tribe of Yaada, Judah. That part. So beat it. With your Serapis Christo. Sorry, guys. Because it's the level of truth that's coming out that got me sorry. So let's continue. Be gone, heathen. Now, the book of the Barayam. All right. Now, in the word Debarayah is word. The word in Habariah Hebrew. So, the Hebrew book called Debarayam is the book of Deuteronomy, right? So the word Debarayam comes from the first Hebrew words of the book, which translate to the word. So the word Deuteronomy is actually a Greek term, which means second law. See, that's what I'm saying. See how these Christians so ignorant? They're right. Pastor Porkbelly can't teach you this. Only thing he's going to do is open the book and say, Jesus is the Lord, and Samson knocked down the pillars, and Delilah, he ain't going to tell you Samson has 7 locks in his head, right? You're going to tell you none of, right? You won't even. All right, so anyway, boy, you Christians, y'all need to stay away. I'm on fire tonight. Ashaya. I'm not playing with y'all tonight. Don't come here with this foolishness tonight. So the word Deuteronomy, this is how this word, these titles of our book, our manuscript, got the word Deuteronomy from the Habariyah word, the Barayam, which means the word. The word Deuteronomy is a Greek term meaning second law, the second law, because in the Greek tongue, it says it repeats, and the book repeats and summarizes the law for the next generation of Israelites, for the new generation. So the Greeks transliterated the Barayam to Deuteronomy, which means second law. All right? Debarayam, which is the original name for the book, means words, which is what the book is called because the book begins with the words, these are the words spoken by Messiah, Moses. So the book, what you call Deuteronomy, begins with these are the words spoken by Messiah, Moses. And what does Messiah mean? Messiah means the deliverer. So the Debarayam, what they call Deuteronomy, starts with these are the words. All right. Now, the Greek meaning of Deuteronomy is second law, and it comes from the Greek word deuteros, D-E-U-T-E-R-O-S, deuteros, meaning second. Okay? The Greek word deuteros, D-E-U-T-E-R-O-S, means second, and the word nomos, N-O-M-O-S, means law. So the word deuteromos means the second law. The name reflects the book's content of Moses reiterating the laws given in the previous books of the Torah for the second time. So the Greeks transliterated Devarayam, which means the word, to Deuteronomy. All right. So, children of Yah, those children of the Most High, again, and for people who know children of God, if I can speak the language, I can receive you where you are, but if you're not humble enough to sit down and learn the truth, then you need to be gone, because I can't have a disruptive student in the class, because this is class tonight. You understand? I put in this ayadah, which is work, these 15 hours of ayadah to put this together to teach y'all's children. The labor, that's what we're called to do. All right, now, the Western world has simply been using the Greek instead of the Habariyah titles for our manuscript or our Safariyah, our books, what they call Sefer. All right? Now make that make sense. We're taking the Habariyah, Safariyah, that's the Hebrew books, and we're using Greek titles to call it. See? Because we've been brainwashed, right? And then you also have personal names, right? All through the Bible, right? We got Abraham and Sarah, Sarah, and Yahakanan, John, and Jacob, Jacob, right? Yasharal. They're all through the Bible, right? So you got the etymology of the names proves their origin. Take the name of Isaac in the Bible, right? Translate English for Isaac, right? In the English transliteration, the Greek name word for Isaac is like I-A-A-K or something. Aak. It's like Aak. It's hard to pronounce in the Greek, which in its own turn is the transliteration of the Habariyah name Yashak. All right? Isaac is Yashak. All right? And it means he who laughs. Yasak means he who laughs. See, neither the Greek nor any other forms of these transliterated names have any lexical meanings. Only the Habariya names do. That's why you can't change the Messiah's name to Jesus. Oh, this is right on time for this person talking this Jesus stuff. Because the Habariya have lexical meanings to the names. You can't change it, because if you change it, you change the meanings. So if you try to change Yahweh Shah to Jesus, Yahweh Shah means Yah saves. Yah is salvation. The way to Yah, the way to salvation. His name denoted his purpose, what he came here for. You can't change that to Jesus, because the only meaning I know for Jesus is the Latin version, and the Latin is earth pig for Jesus. And that don't sound too righteous to me. And actually, if you actually know the real Habariya, that would be an actually abomination. The name Jesus in Latin means earth pig, and that would actually mean Ariyat's abomination, the earth abomination in Hebrew. So you calling the Messiah an abomination to the earth? Unless you could find me another definition for Jesus, and ain't no J in the original Habariya. The J just got invented about 500 years ago. Messiah died 2,000 or so years ago. Make that make sense. So don't come here with this fallen angel crap that you speaking on some Jesus. Ain't nothing but Zeus. Yeah, Cersei's pig, the one that Cersei in church, in Cersei, calling on Baal, the Lord, and calling on Cersei's pig, with Cersei, the fornicator, turned this man into a pig, exactly what the Greeks and Romans did to our tongue. Facts.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Could you spell Yasak for us?
Yasak. Y-A-H-S-A. Yashak. Yashak. It's probably Shak with a Shayan. I don't know. I have to look it up. But I think it's either Y-A-H-S-H-A-Q or K. But I think it's a Kaya. I think it's a Q. I think it's a Kaya. I mean what's the name? Not a Kaya. Kaya is the hand. But Y-A-H-S-H-A-Q or S-A-Q. I will have to look into it to see if it's some Kaya or if it's a Shayan. A Shayan. All right? And I think it's the I think it's a Q. Like Shaq. That's funny. Yeah, Shaq. Shaq is fallen angel. Yeah, Kayam. Thank you. Abba, Kayam. All right. Now. All right. Praise y'all. All right. I need to teach y'all that Habariya. Now let's close out with some of this Greek stuff. I'm gonna get. I still ain't do it. It's 12:41. I still ain't do Hellenes. Let me do Hellenes right now, because the Greeks are the Hellenists. All right. So in order for me to get to who they serve and worship, Helen. Who is Helen? How? Okay. The Romans, when they conquered Egypt, right? When they conquered the Greek province, the Greek kingdom. And they changed it to Egyptians, A-E-G-Y-P-T-U-S. That's why if y'all see that for Egypt, that's after the Romans conquered. We'll break that down in another one, right? Right? Asak. It might be now, y'all. I ain't there right now. But either way, we'll look to get his name right. It might be Yasak. I don't know. But anyway, it's one of those. But all those are Habariya, right? All right, so anyway, I'm focused right now. Now, in order to get to, not saying it doesn't matter if you get the name right, but we won't have everything right. So we're putting the pieces back together, right? So as Yah brings revelation, the Raya Hayakadash, the Holy Spirit starts to reveal. We start to decipher. Is it the Kayaf, which is the K for the hand of Yah? Is it Kayam? Is it the Shayan or the Samkaya for the S? See? These are things when you understand the Habariya tongue as we put in pieces back together, because everything's been scattered and destroyed. So Yah, through revelation, we're putting the pieces back together. So we got to give ourselves room right? For time. Everything in Yah is Mayad, his timing, that these pieces fall into place. And it's a lot more than just saying, is it this? You have to get the adios, the letters, and break down in Revelation. You put them in, then you'll see. And then Yah speaks, the Holy Spirit speaks and says this, and it takes time. So praise Yah. Now, let's get with this. So in order to understand the Greeks, you have to understand that there was never a such thing as Greeks until the Romans conquered the kingdom of the Hellenist kingdom. All right? And the Hellenes they Hellenized the whole world. So who is Hellen? Okay? And the Hellenes came about from the Mycenaean. All right, so now I'm going back. I'm gonna show stuff. You had the Cycladic island and the island of Crete. Then you had the Minoans that they call Minoans. These black. Oh, I wanted to show you. Oh, it's still a lot of people here. I'm gonna do it. It's still a lot of people here. Let's get back. The Minoans. I'm going to show y'all the pictures of the blacks. We got to get back. It's crazy, the Minoans. All right, let me get back to the Minoans. I know Elder going to be like, you still ain't do Helen. Because once I do Helen, that's going to open up a can of worms, right? So let me get back to the Minoans. Let me show y'all the Minoans first. Let's do this. I know Elder like, you still. All right, so let me get back to the Minoans. Watch this. All right, so he said, who is Helen? Who in the hell is Helen? Sorry for my language. And it ain't Helen of Troy. That's another mythological figure. But anyway, let me get to the Minoans. Watch this. I'm gonna show you the ancient pictures. Watch this part. It's crazy work, right? The kingdom. All right. So now let me go to let me feel, where is it at? I got so many tabs. Let me see. Let me grab. Hold on. This tab. Let me find the tab where it's at. So not that. Oh. I want to go there. We might have to do that next time because I want it to be early when I go there because that's crazy. Maybe y'all be satisfied with this. So Helen's, okay, where's that? Because I'm going to show y'all. Did I not open it? It's okay. Oh, it's one of these tabs that I click. Yeah, I click it and then it goes there. So what am I bringing out? Oh, the Minoans. So it's when I click, where is it? When I click, there you go. The Minoan civilization. So let me click this. We'll go to the Minoans, right? Share this tab instead. All right. So now, the Minoans, all right? So the Minoan civilization was a Bronze Age culture which centered on the island of Crete, known for its monumental architecture, energetic art, and is often regarded as the first civilization in Europe. All right, here we go. Now watch this. So the first, now you know right now they're saying the black, we ain't did nothing. We ain't have no civilization. The first civilization in Europe was the Minoans, right? This is through archaeology, scholarship, all of it. You can look it up. How about the Minoans is black? Okay, watch this. This is crazy work right here. The first civilizations is often regarded as the first civilization in Europe. The ruin of the Minoan palaces. That's a Minoan palace, right? Minoan palaces were massive building complexes built on the island of Crete during the Bronze Age. They are often considered emblematic of the Minoan civilization, all right, and modern tourist destinations. Archaeologists and UNESCO World Heritage doing it right. Now, and the ruins of the palaces at Knossos. All right, Knossos is the site where the major center of the Minoan civilization is known for the association with the Greek myth Theseus and the Minotaur. That's the one, the little wee Greek dude that had the black baby hanging on to their god, to his leg. And the Minotaur, and they said that they gave the children to the Minotaur, all right? Now, the ruins of the Minoan palaces at Knossos and Phaistos, all right? Modern Phaistos, South Central Crete, all right? what it say? For the remains of Minoan palace and surrounding towns and a popular tourist attraction. The Minoan civilization developed from the local Neolithic culture around 3100 BC, all right, with complex urban settlements beginning around 2000 BC. After 1450, they became under the cultural, perhaps political domination of the Mycenaean. They're not Greeks yet. So the Mycenaeans are black. We're going to show that, right? They don't come Greek. See how they do this? Ain't no Greek until thousands and thousands of years later, or hundreds or whatever years later, when the Romans conquered Egypt and stuff. These is when the Greeks, what they now call Greeks, were called demois, and demos. That's where you get the word demolition today in English language, right? Or destructive, right? So they were a clan that came to the Mycenaean island of Crete, all right? Now, the original Mycenaeans come from the Minoans. They were black mixed, like black and white. It's like they were mixed. You'll see. I'm going to show you the pictures of them, all right? So it says, after 1450, the Minoans came under the cultural and perhaps political domination of the mainland Mycenaean, forming a hybrid culture which lasted until around 1100 BC of the Minoans and the Mycenaeans. And the culture was really mixed. It was like a New York, it's amalgamation, like a lot of different cultures there, a mix, right? The Minoan art included elaborately decorated pottery seals. That's the pottery, the Minoan civilization pottery, right? And seals. They had seals, carved gemstones, and smaller pieces of ivory, right? In the Minoan civilization, a melting pot, all right? Civilization. They had figurines, okay? A figurine statuette is a small or whatever, right? And frescoes, paintings. Now, I don't know who they got these frescoes, the Minoans on. That's it. They just saying what a fresco is, right? It's supposed to be God. And look at these. See how they draw? You see how they draw God and naked man? Boy, these Greeks is nasty. All right. Now, let's go. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So this is the Minoans, right? The Minoans developed two writing systems known as the Cretan hieroglyphics. I showed you that earlier, some of them. It's the Cretan hieroglyphics and the Linear A. All right, the Linear A is the writing system used by the Minoans of Crete. All right, Linear A was the primary script used in their palaces and the religious writings of the Minoan civilization. Right? Later, it became, because neither have been fully deciphered, the Minoan language is unknown, but based on whatever language family such as the Semitic or Shemitic, and then a modified version, when the Mycenaeans took over, of Linear A came known as Linear B. Linear B is a syllabic script, right? I'll break, where did that, up there, next time, right? From the Mycenaeans, they weren't Greek. The earliest attested form of the Hellenist language. The Hellenists got their language later. They didn't have their Greek alphabet when they was Mycenaean. All right? All right. They weren't following Hellen. They was following Mycenaean. All right. And it was used to write the Mycenaean, which became Mycenaean Greek. All right? It's the earliest form of the Greek language spoken on the Greek mainland of Crete. It wasn't Greek. See, they keep calling it Greek, and there was no Greek until later, right? All right. Now, the Linear B was the Mycenaean tongue. All right. The Demoi or the Philae, who they became tribes, what later became the Hellenists, they learned the Mycenaean tongue on that island when they got there. They learned Linear B. All right. Now, let's continue. The name King Minos. Oh, there it go. King Minos. That's the one I said. That's how they start to call them the Minoans, right? And all that. Right. Now, the Egyptians is known as, whether it's an exonym, the Egyptians referred to the Minoans as vocalized, as Tudufi, whatever Minoan language. All right. Then I'm going to go to, because I'm going to show y'all the pictures now. Let me see. That's an early Minoan bird. The Western, is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. All right, let's go. So now, the Minoans, where the Macedonians come from, and later the Hellenists come from. Let's see what the Minoans look like. Watch this. I showed y'all this one, but this is going to take me to the other ones, right? So y'all remember this picture, right? See all the blacks on the ship, all the blacks on the top of the palace, we zoomed in on this one earlier, right? This is the detail of Minoan painting, the ship's procession, right? All black, like when you do in Egypt. All black Air Force Ones. They in the palace, they on the roof, and they got some whites there too. This one is a white guy, you'll see. Now watch this though. Let's go forward. That's Minoan copper ignite. This is the Cretians, as I showed, bringing gifts to Egypt in the tomb under Pharaoh Tut. So, island of Crete. Remember, see their hair, right? Locks, right? And black. Look at this one. This is a procession from Knossos, that's the kingdom, of the Minoan kingdom, on the island of Crete. Watch this. Let's zoom in. Here we go. Look at the people. These are the Minoans. So let's go from all the way from the back. Look at the women. First of all, look at the color of their skin. Look at their hair. Right? They're mostly mixed. It's a melting pot, right? It's a mixed land of people, right? So they look like, black people with wavy hair, right? All right, and they let their hair fall in like locks. You'll see it later, right? Now let's scroll over and look. That's a white sister, right? And look at the hair. That's a lock. You see? That's a lock going right here. That's a lock going right here. Look at her hair. That's a lock right here. That's a lock right here. All right? Right. Now, hold on, let me scroll up. Now, what y'all don't know, I'm going to show y'all. Each of their dresses are cut and their boobs are out. It's crazy. But, so this the Minoan culture. They follow the earth goddess, remember? All right? So watch this. So, and it could look like and it says on some of them that like the white was the queen. You know how they kind of do this, right? Now watch the, yeah, we say mutts. All right, so now, let's scroll over. This is a procession. Now these are the men. So the women dress like this. Let me show you their dress. Full length. Very Kadesh, but they do a cinch around their waist, like the Europeans did later. They singed their waist, right? And the men did too. So the women had full length dress, but their breasts were out. You just can't see it. I'm gonna show you in a second. Their breasts were totally out, right? That's an interesting statement that she could have leprosy. That's an interesting. I didn't even think of that, but we don't know. But no, leprosy would be spots. She wouldn't be totally white. She would have spots, but I don't know. But anyway, let's continue. Now, because it's more than just her. It's a lot of them. You'll see. So now the women had those full length dresses, and the men dressed like this, skirts. So remember, it was the island of mother goddess worship, and the men dressed like this. That's funny. Men had mini skirts. Right. Now they wasn't smashing each other. It wasn't a culture of homosexuality at all. All right. It wasn't at all. All right. So yeah, I know you would think, no. But again, look at the wavy hair, right? And they're mixed, right? So it's an island of mutts, what's the name said, right? So now this is how the men dress. Cinch waist as well. They had no shirts on, and the men dressed with the loincloth, right? Now let's continue. So that's more of the men. Look at the hair, right? Wavy hair. But they clearly are melanated people. And look. See how she dressed? Now she's facing forward. You see it? Look. Now look at her locks. These are clearly locks. You see them? All right? And remember I told you the dress, cinch waist and the boobs straight out. Right? Now, and it's a procession, so I think the thing said she was a queen, right? It looks like she got a crown on. And I think they was giving her something, right? They was giving her whatever, right? He said, what in the headlights? All right? Now, all right? So now, all right. So that's one image, all right? Now let's go back. So this was a procession. Now let's continue. Watch this. Oh, there we go. Now let's go further. This procession from Knossos. All right. Can you see? Well, this was a spring fresco. They did whatever. All right, here we go. The ship's procession. All right. Now watch this. Let's click in. Let's zoom in far. Look at the ship's procession. Start from the right. Oh, this was the one that we showed earlier. The ship's procession. See? So they're all black, right? On top of the kingdom, all black on the highest level. Okay? And all these, all the way through. And then some of them are lighter skinned, right? All right. See? They're on ships. The ship's procession. This is the Minoans. The island of Crete. All right? Yeah, those were kilts. All right. Now look, all these black men. Look, all these blacks. They're all over the place. Look, all in the window. Black. All walking right here. Let me pull up some. Look, all top here. Those two are white right there. Blacks, blacks, blacks. All in the windows of the building, the palaces. Walking all down. Everywhere you can see. And they said this was the first civilization of Europe. This is what, okay? But they hide all of this. Look, look all these black figures. Kids, people walking, all of this. Look. All right, let's continue. And the Greeks come from there. The reason why I'm showing this because the Greeks got civilized from them, from here. All right, the beginning of Greek civilization, of those people, they weren't Greek yet before they became Hellenic civilization here on the island of Crete. All right, let's continue. Go forward. That's a dagger. Another. This is, oh, the golden cup, a Mycenaean grave. So they had a custom that was called jumping over the bull. So a man would jump over the bull. All right. So this is a gold cup with the bull on it. Now let me see. All right, look, here we go. A mostly reconstructed camp stool fresco from Knossos. All right. Look at the sisters. Okay. Let me make it bigger. Make it even bigger. There you go. Look at their hair. Locks. You see it? Wavy. Locks. Because they're mixed, right? They got the wavy hair. It's an island full of good hair. You know, they used to call it good hair, bad hair. It ain't good hair, just wavy hair, right? But y'all know right? So look, again, look at the sisters, all right? Let's continue. All right, go to the next one. The bull, Raiton. So the bull, they used to jump over the bull. This is a soapstone vase, right? And of the men, Look at those noses and lips. Y'all see those lips? Y'all see that nose? Again. All right? All the history. Look at those lips. Okay? All right. You know the telltale cultural things to denote. All right, let's go. Let's do another one. Let's let them. Okay, here we go. Right. All right, here we go. This is supposed to be a saffron gatherer of the Minoan site. So I'm guessing it's probably, oh, it don't get that much bigger. A white sister. But it got a lock coming out the top of her head, right? And the thing I noticed, they got hoop earrings. Y'all see the gold hoops? I'm surprised that one didn't get bigger. What happened? That's as big as it get. All right. They got gold hoops. Now this one is supposed to be a Minoan fresco depicting elite Minoan women. So that's what I'm saying. This looks like white women to me. Oh, that one zoomed in. Hold on. Oh, that one zoomed in way too much. Go back. There you go. Right? But they tresses, they got locks. Right? So I don't know. I know it's a mixed island, so I ain't gonna say they had albinos or whatever. Yeah, they got their baby out. Look, they even got a lock coming out the front. Right? But they all, and look, see that coming out the back? This is a lock. All right, now hold on. Let me go forward. There's more. That's supposed to be another one. She got a hoop earring. See her gold hoop? Another look like a white sister or light skin or whatever she is, right? Oh, wow, that zoomed in a lot. Okay, let's see, where's she at? That zoomed in a lot. Dang, that went way in. Let's see. Okay, gold hoop earring, right? So they were like mixed or whatever, right? All right, so let's go back. Let's do another one. Look, from the Agia Triada sarcophagus. Let's zoom in. So they're giving gifts at the sarcophagus, right? So let's look at the people. Oh man, I zoomed in a lot. I zoomed in crazy. I can't. Where they face at? That's a little bit too much. I can't get to their face. All right. So anyway, so look, they're giving gifts, but I wanted to see they got curly. The men, they got these curly hit. There we go. See the men? See his curls and stuff? Black men with curly hair. All right? So no, they're not. Y'all want them to be black. They're not black. These are white. The Greeks came there too. I need y'all to understand that there are different white. Okay, so this is the Aegean Sea. So in this area, you got Japhets. You got to remember, it's Ham, Shem, and Japheth. I need y'all to keep remembering, right? So Japheth's land is further up and they coming down. So you got the island of the Italian where the Romans come from. All that's right there. So you got people coming. So these are what you would call a white-skinned people. Okay, they're trying to make everybody. Y'all can't make everybody black, guys. It's not that, y'all doing the same thing they be doing, right? Trying to make everybody white. All right, these are actually white people, guys, and they're mixing with them. That's why everybody got the mixed hair and stuff. Elder Yaya's out. They trying to make everybody white. They like. I mean, everybody black. Y'all so y'all triggered. Y'all traumatized. We traumatized, boy. They didn't traumatize us. All right, so anyway, yeah, his hair's even blind. So no, these white people, they were there, and then the Macedonians, the Demoy came, which became the Hellenes. All right? Yeah, they want to be blackity black. But listen, I'm going to show you a little more, and then we're going to get to the actual, all right, that's some of the pottery. Here we go. Now, this is the Minoan snake goddess, right? And remember, I showed you that earlier. And now look at her dress, right? Remember her dress, because I'm going to show y'all something in a second, right? Remember the other one that they said was the queen, the white lady? And she had what? This same dress with her boobs out, because she followed what? This God. Look at the God. Okay? So it's okay. I know y'all so-called blacks, we want to find ourselves, and there's sometimes like, but whites, no. You like, you don't want them there. No. We gotta heal and understand that this was a black civilization. So that the perfect example is, what did the so-called white lady that said was the queen, what did she have on? She was dressed like what? This, because this was her goddess. And look, same, see, they all got the same dress. And I'm going to show y'all, watch what I'm going to show y'all in a second. See, remember this with the boobs out. But look at the goddess. That's a black woman. You get it? Yeah, y'all read it's creepy as crap. And it's the snake goddess. And she got snakes in both of her hands. And this looks like an owl on her head. An owl on her head. Right? So this is the goddess that they worshipped. See, she got snakes in both of her hands. Serpent goddess in both of her hands. Okay? All right. Let me see. Let's see. Get closer on the serpent. See? Serpent in that hand and a serpent in the other hand. Now remember the dress, right? And remember the face. This is what they worshiping. All right, let's watch this. Let's go forward. Okay. Oh, did I go forward too much? Oh, yeah. There we go. All right, this is a Minoan seal. This is the bull leaping. Now remember this, because I'm going to show you a fresco painting of the man leaping. They leap over the bull. It's called the bull leaper, right? Now watch me zoom in. It's an actual in a Heraclean archaeological museum on Knossos, the island of Crete, the Minoan civilization. Look at the man. Look at that face. Y'all see that nose? Y'all see them lips? That a black man. Okay? All right. So you're getting true history. This is the Minoan man leaping over the bull. Now when you see the fresco, now you got the close-up image of what he actually looks like. Look at that nose. Look at that nose. He got a schnozer. You see his lips. All right? All right, shout out to Yahasaf Ban Yashua. All right, now watch this. I got to go back to go forward. There we go. Now here we go. This is this is their temples. So they got palaces. Again, civilization on the island of Crete. This is more of your history that you can prove. We have civilizations all through the world at the time when these other nations of people were running savage. Okay, this is before the Roman kingdom. This is before the Greeks it's before there's ever a thing called Romans, ever a thing called Greek, even Hellenes. Okay, she said, did he lose his arm from the lead? No, it's just a broken artifact, I guess, right? We had civilizations, and this ain't Egypt. This is Cretan island. This is the Cycladic, the Minoan, and the Mycenaean civilizations. An island of Crete, all right? This is a restored model of Minoan house. This was the houses found in Archanes, okay? They made a model and restored, all right? How, not living in huts, all right? This is a fresco temple of the palace of Knossos, showing Minoan architecture. Let's get a zoom in. All right. So this is supposed to be in the palace. Now this what I want y'all to see. Can I get closer? All right, good. Watch this. This is in the palace. The first thing I want y'all to see is, look, y'all see, y'all see the dress? You see the boobs out? You see the dress? Watch this. Look at them. See? Long dress with the boobs out. So y'all remember the Minoan snake goddess, who they worship, right? All headlights. This the headlight district. I mean, this is crazy work, right? Because when I was like, what? It's those boobs? Like, what am I looking at? Now look, see, look at those, right? Same dresses as that earth goddess, right? Now look at them. You see, long dresses. This is Minoan civilization. This is what they worship. This was their culture, right? And then look at all of these images of the heads with the hair. And you see they all got their hair, the locks hanging out. They all had locks. I do like the style of dress. The style of dress is actually Kayadash, set apart if they would cover their breasts, but they served their god, that mother goddess, snake goddess. They serve her, so that's the culture. No, they're in a palace, but I guess they serving in the palace. See, look, that's more of them, right? It's just it's a painting, it's a fresco. Then it look like, it's a painting, so it look like people, their heads, they just drawing themselves or something. I don't know, it's ancient Minoan art or something, right? So look, it's a breast show. I mean, like, my goodness, if you're a breast man, you'd had a great old time in the, they all walking around with the boobs out. That is not Kayadash. All right, so let's continue. I guess 115. I ain't gonna get to the nasty Greek stuff. It's okay. So this is the reconstruction at the palace. So that's supposed to have been inside of the palace. Shout out to Inxicitra. So this is what you would call a black civilization way before the Greco-Rome, way before all of that. This ain't Egypt. There is so many kingdoms, but it's hidden. You have to find it. And then when you do go on a mission, they'll try to make you think it was not a black kingdom. But when you go and look at the artwork, the frescoes, the figurines, and you'll see clearly, and the image that they drew of themselves. Look at the palace. Look at the land. Look, they look like a cow they walk in. Beautiful landscape, gardens. All right? Knossos. We wouldn't even know what this is. Sewers. They had sewer systems. It's showing the sewage. Sewers. This is before the Middle Ages, when everybody, before they got the Black Plague and all that type of stuff, right? Sewers of the Palace of Knossos. Sewage systems. This is the boar's tusk helmets worn by the warriors of the Minoan warriors. All right, let's see what the Minoan warriors look like. Hello? The Minoan warriors. What do you see? Minoan civilization. Now, I ain't saying they righteous. Look, he look like a Chinese afro haircut. I'm not saying they righteous because he's following the snake goddess, but look at this one. Look, he got locks going up. You know how they do? Y'all see the thick Miami joints going up? I can't make that one bigger. And he do too. Look. crazy. Let me take that off the screen just in case I don't want it to block. I've been showing these images and I watch it later and it's like, Dad, that thing was blocking what I was trying to show. All right. So, hold on. Let me get that. Okay. So you see his, yeah, Florida Wicks. Thank you, Yarik. Thank you. He got, what's that black crazy rapper, the one that do all the drugs? The Haitian dude, the young boy. What's his name? He dark skinned. He always growing these and cutting them. He's a funny dude. He seemed like a good dude too. He just need to get off those drugs. What's his name? The rapper, the black dude. Kodak Black. Thank you, Yari. I knew somebody get it. Kodak Black makes me laugh. But he's a good dude. Kodak Black is actually a good dude. I just wish he can, those drugs will kill him if he don't stop. But he's a good dude. He actually has a good heart. But yeah, he got Kodak Black's Florida Wicks. Crazy work, bro. All right, there go a white person. See? I told you they in there. There go a white person. They in there. But it's a black kingdom. All right? All right? Let me look. Another one that's showing the black warriors. See them. Look like they got some type of hats on. They got the spears, locks coming out the top of the hat, right? They got their locks in the side. They love their locks. All right, let's go. So this one's supposed to be, I don't know, they crazy for drawing them looking like that. I'm like, that's crazy work. But anyway, but let's look at remember they drew them, right? So again, look at their locks. Hold on, I can't, right? So they got locks. See, clear as day. But you could tell they got the, the mixed hair, right? It's kind of straight. Yeah, they're supposed to be boxing. And I guess it's women because they got hoop earrings. So I guess it's women boxing. All right, so let me make it smaller. So this is how they look. So yeah, so they got their locks. So I guess this is Layla Ali and that other girl, the one who be fighting now. Right? I don't know what the blue is. I don't know what that is, maybe. But this is fresco paintings. All right, so let's continue. So this is the island. This is Minoan, Crete. All right. So this is where the kingdom is, Gnosis. This is the Cretan Sea. So up here, the Libyan Sea. Up here is Italy. Over here is I'll show you another one later when we break down all of it, that you can see where it is. Over here is Southwest Asia and all that. And then Jerusalem is over here and stuff up there. All right, so let me go back. I think that's the last one of that. Map of Greece. There we go. So this is the bull leaping fresco. So this is another one of the leaping over the bull. So look, that's a white dude on that side, white dude, and look who's leaping over the bull. And remember I showed y'all the figurine. And let's scroll and see if we can see his face a little clearer. Yep. Look at that nose. He got some big lips too, right? So that's him jumping over the bull, leaping over the bull. And that was one of their prized things. It was like you're athletic, like being an athlete. Like he's a football star, NBA star, to be able to do that. And the bull will kill you, right? If you don't do it right, you don't time it right. So that's the fresco of them leaping over the bull. All right. And early Minoan art, the western facade of the palace, the Gnosis. This is modern day taking pictures. So the ruins are still there. All right. Built by the middle Minoan era art. There go the Minoan painting of the ship. I showed y'all that earlier. All right, there you go. And then it starts over. And this is the Egyptian, the tomb of Rekhmiah under King Tut. He drew this of the Cretians, bringing gifts to Egypt. And look, the locks. Bingo. Remember I told y'all earlier, I said, remember the image of King Tut drawing the Cretians, the Minoans, when they came to bring him gifts, and look at the locks. And they got the same dresses on, no shirt, and look at the locks. All right? History. True history. All right. I think that's it. Yeah. All right. So we went through all the rest. All right. Now, we're gonna close out. I was gonna go into a lot. I'm gonna go into a little bit of it, and then we'll continue it on the next, following the Greek writing the Bible stuff, because I took a lot of time teaching y'all, but that was good. That was okay. Teaching y'all the Habariya language and the Greek, because I'm gonna do a little. Let me do a little of Helen's, but I want to, yeah, because if I go into the other stuff, it's too crazy. It's insane. So let's do a little. Let's open the Helens, right? We're gonna open up with the Helens, right? How did they become Helens, right? Now, let me how I'm gonna start it. Come back to y'all. I'm gonna start it. Do I want to start it with my breakdown, Helens, or do I show? The Helen is a Greek figure in mythology who is legendary of all the Greeks. All right, let me show it. I'll show, instead of my breakdown, let me show what they got on the internet so y'all can see what they got out there. Share this tab instead. So this is Helen, not to be confused with Helen of Troy or Helenus. Helenus in the Greek mythology was a gentle and clever seer. He was a Trojan prince under Hecuba of Troy. We'll learn Helen of Troy another time. This is how they weren't never Greeks, they were Helens. But before they were Helens, there was the Demoi, then the Phili, and then the tribe of Dan came, civilized them, taught them trade and warrior, and then later they start following this god, Helen. Now, in Greek mythology, Helen is the eponymous progenitor of Hellenes. The progenitor, hold on. Greeks or Hellenes are the ethnic group and native to Greece, Cyprus, southern Albania, Anatolia, parts of Italy, to the lesser extent other than. So the Hellenes, before they was ever Greek. Helen is the son of Deucalion. In Greek mythology, Deucalion was the son of Prometheus. In ancient sources, name his brother as Clymene, Hesine, Pronia. He is closely connected to a flood myth in Greek mythology. So this Helen is Philine, because they weren't Greek yet and they weren't Helen. They were the Philine after meeting the tribe of Dan, the sea people, on the Mycenaean peninsula of Crete. All right, we just showed all of Crete. Now understand, these are some of the whites who came there. Now, okay, so now y'all got an understanding. What I'm showing you is what we just showed. We showed Minoan, and then the Mycenaeans came under it. By the time it got to the Mycenaeans, they were really mixed, right? With all their long locks and all that stuff, right? So then these people came from Western Asia, these nomadic people, as people were. They were like savage people, and they came, and these were the Demoi. I broke that down the last time. The Demoi people, a clan, the Demoi clan, and it stands for Demo. the demo of the Moi clan. That's where they get the word demolition. And these people settled a part of Macedonia and got accepted in as they came in, because you had to work, you had to fight your way in, right? And they settled out a little part of the Macedonian culture. So they got civilized by the Minoan Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans are the descendants of the Minoans on the island of Crete. So then around 1200 BC, the Sea people invaded them, their little homestead. These Demo clan. And this was the tribe of Dan. I showed that on our last one. The Egyptians under Ramesses and Tutmosis, they called them the Sea people, right? We'll do it when we finish this. I did it last time, but it'll connect. I'm just giving a synopsis now, right? They called them Sea. I showed all the receipts for it. It's all, we can do it again. You go to our last live, not Wednesday, the last one about, I forgot what it's called, about the Greek or something, about the Bible. Last live, right? And we showed all of it, the Sea people. And the Egyptians called them the Danai, the Danines, the Danans, and it was 1200 when, so I showed all that last time. So now, these people settled in the Macedonian island, and then the Dan, tribe of Dan, the Sea people came, conquered them, mixed with them. Listen, mixed with, these were a white-skinned people that came, all right? And that was okay, they can be received because it was already a mixed multitude island, the Minoan, the island of Crete, it was already, all right? Because a lot of the tribe of Japheth, everybody was nomadic and traveling, right? You had savages and stuff, but some of the other tribes of Japheth settled there. And you know, the so-called black people, we accept people. We welcome anybody. We still like that. We welcome, as long as you come in peace, right? Long as you don't start no mess, you'll be accepted. That's how we are as a people, a nation of people. And with all our flaws and nothing, we are the most accepting people of all, most forgiving as well. Stockholm said we forgive too much. No, we don't forgive too much, but you know what I mean. People take advantage of that, right? But anyway, that's why the Most High called us, honestly, because of our forgiving nature, right? But anyway, so of course they would, and not only would we receive you, we would help you. That's what the Moors did. That's what the Hebrews did all through Spain and Portugal. They did it all through Europe. They civilized them through the Jacobites, all through the Middle Ages, what they call the Dark Ages. They did it all we did it all through civilization. So that's all we do is help people, right? We weren't, now the tribe of Dan did some conquering, but they would help too. They would conquer you. Dan would mix his seed with you, but then build you up. That's what they did with this group of Japhets. So y'all gotta remember, these whites are Japhetic, okay? They're Japhet. We ain't talking fallen angel. We ain't talking hybrids, all right? We're talking the remnant of nation of the so-called white people, that remnant that will be standing clothed in white robes as well. Get out your feelings. So Dan, of black people, get out your trauma. So Dan, tribe of Dan, mixed his seed with them. So remember, they was already a mixed island anyway. So Dan probably got there and said, hey, Dan said, well, we about to mix with you, we, this one island, we could just spread our seed through 50 different nations. Dan probably like, we hit the jackpot on this island. Right? The Sea people. They went to Egypt. That's what they call them, the Sea people. Everybody was scared of them. They didn't like them. Right? So Dan mixed his seed with the Demoi people, and he made them into a tribe called the Philae. So that meant the first, what you would call Greeks before they came Hellenes, were like mixed, like black and white. Listen, we're going somewhere. All right. So now, they were on the Macedonian island of Crete, right? So later, they went into a dark ages. We'll do that next time, right? That'll be part 3, right? We're going to go through, I'm going to show you. And they lost all their culture. They lost their language. They lost everything. They went, Dan mixed his seed, do what he did, and Dan bounced and continued on his way. Dan made his way all the way to North America. Dan everywhere. Dan's the rolling stone. I swear, Dan and Judah's seed, Judah scattered, but Dan scattered himself, right? And Marara Yah was put some good stuff about Dan. She is correct. All those posts she wrote about Dan, I'm like, she dropped it. She's like, Dan mixes seed with the African American here. She said, Dan bullied the Cherokee and everything. Dan, she said, Dan's giving me Danite stress. Dan's a mess, right? So once Dan left and everything, and as civilizations do, they start to fall, right? They start to get, and the Macedonian civilization, they warring and stuff, and the Philae under Dan, this what would become the Hellenes and the Greeks later, they collapsed on the island of Crete under the Macedonian civilization. And they went into a dark ages. I'll show y'all in the next one. And they lost their writing, they lost their tongue. They had no language, no writing, no nothing. Just like the Europeans went to a dark ages through the Middle Ages, this was the Greek dark, they call it the Greek dark ages, but they were never Greek yet. They weren't even Hellenes yet. These were the Philae under the Macedonian Black Kingdom. They went into their dark ages and they didn't come out. They went to a dark ages for 400 years. I'll show y'all next time, right? They didn't come out of the dark ages to 400 years from the Phoenicians. Here we go. See, we tying into the Bible, all right? Because the Greek alphabet became Phoenician. They had Linear B script under the Macedonians. The Macedonians was the black civilization from the Minoans. The Minoans had Linear A and the Cretan hieroglyphs. Cretan hieroglyphs first, and they great Linear A. Then the Macedonians developed from the Minoans. These were mixed black, but it's still a black civilization. And the Macedonians created Linear B, syllabic script. All right. Then these Demo people who came, they came, and when they got settled, then the tribe of Dan came and made them the Philae tribe. These are whites. Dan to mix them see with it. Now they white and black. Now they, they mixed, black and white, whatever you call those, are mixed, right? And so now they have Linear B script, the Macedonian script. That's their language. But then after that, about 100 years of Dan doing it, and Dan bounced, then they went into a dark ages. And they was like unaliving each other, and they went to chaos. And so the Macedonian civilization went dark, and these people went dark, and they had no writing system. So for 400 years, they lost their system. And then the Phoenicians came, and the Phoenicians civilized the Philaeans. And the Philaeans started writing the Phoenician script. They created the first alphabet, the Greek. They weren't Greek, the Philaean alphabet. Okay, this would become the Greek. Now they call it the Greek alphabet. They say they adapted it from the Phoenician script. I'll show y'all next time. I'm just doing this so we can get a closeout, right? They say they adapted. I'll show you all the receipts next time. I got receipts for everything I'm talking about. They say they adapted it from the Phoenician script, right? The Phoenicians took them out of the dark ages, gave them a writing system. They lost their whole right. They had no writing system, just like the Europeans in the other dark ages, right? That's why it's a Phoenician script, the Greek alphabet, all right? That's why they call the Bible Biblia, from the Phoenician city Byblos, okay? Everything got to do with the Phoenicians, and the Phoenicians were black, okay? Again, worshiping other gods, fallen angels and stuff, but these are black. They call it Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages, the Phoenician, Afro-Asiatic, okay? And they said, and the Phoenician, so they say the first civilization of these people that they would call the Greeks was the Macedonian, the Minoans, black. And then after they went through the dark ages, the Phoenicians came and civilized them again after their dark ages, taught them writing, alphabet, black. Okay. Then after they got their Greek, Philaean alphabet from the Phoenician. They got a civilization from the Phoenicians, and somehow they got introduced to this god Helen. It was probably from the Phoenicians, because the Phoenicians had a lot of fallen angel gods. So Helen is the son of Deucalion, and or they call him Zeus. See, so this Helen is supposed to be the son of Zeus, Elder Yazan, and they call him Deucalion on the Mycenaean island, the Minoan island, right? Deucalion or whatever. So Helen's supposed to be the son of Zeus and Pyra. Pyra was the daughter of Emperor Theus and Pandora, and wife of Deucalion, on whom she had 3 sons. So this Epimetheus and Pandora, this ain't the Pandora from Pandora's box, this is her daughter. So this is the daughter of the mama from Pandora's box. We'll do that part 2, right? Because we're going to go through some crazy stuff. I was going to do it tonight, but it's okay, right? I really wish I did, because this has been fun. I was looking forward to it, because you're just going to creep you out. It's going to be some crazy stuff when we unlock this, all right? So this is the daughter of Pandora, where they get Pandora's box. So Pyra was the daughter of Epimetheus and Pandora, and wife of Deucalion, of whom she had 3 sons, one named Helen, Aphrodite, and Orthis, and 3 daughters, Protegina, Pandora, and Thea. All right? According to some accounts, Helen, yeah. So one of them is, I think this is still the daughter, and then she named her as the other Pandora, because we'll do it on part 2. But anyway, because one of them is Pandora from Pandora's box, and the other one is the daughter. All right? All right. So now, this is, Helen is the son of Zeus, supposed to be, these is mythology, and Pyra. And he fathered 3 sons, Doris, Euctus, and Aeolus. These are what became the Greek kingdoms, the Hellenist kingdoms. Doris was the eponymous founder of the Dorians. Euthus was a Phaeacian prince who later became a king of Peloponnese, and he was the founder of the Achaean and Ionian nations. Y'all gonna learn that, but this is in part 2. This is the Greek island kingdoms with the Hellenist kingdoms. And Aeolus was the son of Helen, the ruler of Aeolia. So the Aeolians, the Ionians, the Dorians, and the Achaeans, you're going to find out who they are. All right? All right. Because it's important, because this is how they conquered Egypt and how they created this Bible, enslaved everybody. Hellenes did it. All right. Who is the ancestor of the Greek people later. So Hellenes. All right. Now, he's supposed to have a father of 3 sons, Helen. All right. Now, let me go to where I want to go. Oh, that's going to be crazy. All right. That one. All right. The genealogical chart. There we go. Helen. And all right. So then it was this one. Not that one. Helen. All right. Hold on. Let me make sure. So Helen. So then they went to the Hellenistic period, the Dorians, the Ionians, the Achaeans. Helen is a mythological figure. Helen, all right, not the Helen of Troy. She was a beautiful mortal distinction during this time. Then I'm going to go into the Hellenistic period. I'll do that next time, because it's already almost 2 o'clock. We go to Alexander the Great. We'll do the battles, the Hellenistic period, the key eye. We'll do that next time. So what do I want to close out with? So I wanted to show who Helen, do I want to do that now? Let's do a little bit of it. And then I want to I want to kind of close out on a little bit of a bang. But if I go into it, I really will go into that, because these Greek gods are disgusting, bro. All right, so let me go into, I'm sure a little bit of that, and then we'll do that next time. All right, so we're going to do this one. Not the Asian world, not that one. I'll do this one. Let me, how am I show it? Show the, what's the name? Where is it? The, how am I show it? Hold on. You messing up my live. Come on. Think. How you gonna show it? You're gonna show. Let me find it.
You want me to read the house prayer?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Psalms 148. Praise ye the Most High Yah. Praise ye the Most High from the heavens. Praise him in the heights. Praise ye him, all his angels. Praise ye him, all his hosts. Praise ye him, sun and moon. Praise him, all ye stars of light. Praise him, ye heavens of heavens, and ye waters that be above the heavens. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for he commanded and they were created. He has also established them forever and ever. He hath made a decree which shall not pass. Praise the Most High from the earth, ye dragons and all deeps. Fire and hail, snow and vapor, stormy winds fulfilling his word. Mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars. Beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowl. Kings of the earth and all people, princes and all judges of the earth, both young men and maidens, old men and children. Let them praise the name of the Most High Yah, for his name alone is excellent. His glory is above the earth and the heavens. He also exalteth the horn of his people, the praise of all his saints, even the children of Yasharal, a people near unto him. Praise ye the Most High Yah.
Praise Yah. All right. So I'm trying to find. I'm still trying to find where I'm gonna close. But I'm gonna find something really quick because my brain is slowing down. So I know y'all's are. I know half y'all probably sleep. All right. So I'm gonna just close with this. Let me come back to y'all. Let me see what y'all see. Come back to y'all. Oh, it's been switching as I've been changing. I know it's been. So it's been switched. Oh, I don't know. Let me stop share. Right.
Can you put the chat back on screen, please?
Yes. Stop share. Share screen. And window. And I guess do this. Share. So this was the entrance, as I showed y'all before. Now y'all have more context. This was the entrance to Masania, to the city, the city of Knossos. So this was an entrance, and look, they got labyrinths. What do they call those? Sphinxes and stuff, right? And I said, look at the face, right? Into the city. So again, the archaeology, and right, see, look, it got animal body and all that, but the archaeology shows you everything. And this is some of the ancient. So this, guys, is when this is so early. So this before there was Greek, right? So it says like the Anatolian branch, Hittite second millennium, Armenian, right? The Mitanni, the Nubi. So see, this is Italic, first millennium, Celtic, German, Balto-Slavic, right? So this is like Vedic people. This is one that shows the kingdoms, Ionia, Doria, Achaia, Iola. This was the sons of Helen. So this is what their kingdoms was called. In the blue, we'll go into that another time. So this is right here. Let me show y'all something. So this is what you would call, this is the island of Crete. See? Gnosis. This is where they came to. This is how small the island is. So the Minoan, That's the kingdom of Gnosis where the palace and stuff was, right? And then this up here is what now we call Greece. You see, it's called Hellas, right? The Hellenes. So this is where they came from, but then as they went forth, right? But they came, so this is what they call Thracia. Y'all learn that in part 2 stuff, right? And look, this is what became Italy before the Romans. They call it Italian, right? And then over here is Numidian, right? And then Iberia, Spain and Portugal. This was block 2, ours. Iberia, that's Eber. That's actually Hebrew. Iberia is Habaria. That's Eber. All right? And then, so all up in here, this is Japheth's land. All up. But once you go over here, look where you at. Damascus, Sidon. Look. Jerusalem. You see? And Alexandria that they built is like right here. It's like really close. You can just practically walk to it. So, right? So this is Memphis, Egyptian, right? This is what they call Egypt. And this is city of Yerushalayim, right? Syria, Tarsus. But this is where they came from. The Minoans, the Mycenaeans, the Cliatic. It's really small, right? That's the pottery I think I showed y'all. This their empire after they started to take over all the empires. It's Arabia and the Persian Gulf, right? Mesopotamia between the Tigris and the Euphrates. That's the Elamites, Babylon. So the blue, the green is Cassandra, the blue is the Ptolemaic kingdom, the dark blue, we'll do that another time. I showed that. Alexander the Great, I showed that. I think I went through them all. Yeah, I think I went through them all. And the snake goddess, I think I showed all of those. Yeah. That's my screenshots. So this is the 2 Minoan snake goddesses. So I showed y'all the one. They were excavated in 1903 at the Palace of Knossos. You see, it's not a Greek island. See how they do history? It's a Mycenaean island of Crete. All right? All right? So look. That's the one I showed y'all, the first one. Right? See that face? Oh, Helens. Oh, that's where, okay. Yeah, Spain is Iberia. Spain and Portugal. The ancient. Hold on. That's what I wanted to show y'all. Helens. Okay, I had a brain freeze. We're going to close out with that. Let me come back. Helens. Let me show y'all Helens. Watch this. That's what's the closeout. We was on Helens. All right, now I got it. Come back. Go to, hold on. Come back. Stop share. I got my closeout. That's what I want to show you, Elder Yayazan. Helens. Stop share. I had a brain freeze. Sorry. That's why I'm like, you want me to read? I'm like, yes. Please help me. My brain, I'm tired. My brain is foggy. Time for us to go to bed. Let me close out with this. Share screen. Share screen. That's what I wanted to show. I knew it was something, bro. I had a brain freeze. I'm like, it would have made me, I would have been upset if I would have finished the study and wouldn't have did it. This. All right, now watch this. So this is the Helen, a picture of Helen. All right, now remember the Greek, Helen, the Helens, all right? The family, all right? So this is what I wanted to show y'all. All right, watch this. Hopefully it get big. If it don't get big, I took a screenshot. So they got a picture of Helen, all right, being presented with his twins, Elios and Bochus, by a shepherd, all right? And let's make it big. Let's see if it get really, yeah, it did. All right. Now watch this. This is the picture of Helens. Elder Yayazan. That's Helens in the middle. Now, first of all, look at, yo, this is crazy work. Look at this dude with his curly afro. Look at this. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, Elder Yayazan, when I said, okay, I'm doing the study and everything. I know about Helens. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. So it was like, they got the vase jar, the picture of Helen. I said, well, let me see Helen. I said, let me zoom in. First of all, their skin is brown. Their hair is white like wool. Look at his hair. Right? He got the, you know how we do? And look at his straight woolly and these brown babies. Now listen, remember the other frescoes, they paint them white when they white. Okay? So his hair is white like wool. So if his face was white, he'd just be white with white hair. Right? I'm like, Helen got a fro, a white fro. Helen got a fro like Mashiach. Helen got the white. I said, you gotta be kidding me. Look at the other dude. White hair, brown face, handing him some brown babies, his twins. And then I looked around. Oh, look at that sister. Hold on. I think I took a screen where y'all could see it better. I took a screenshot. I know I did. Hold on, let me find it where I could zoom in even more. Because I was tripping off that one. I said, let me find out Helen. Let me double click. Does it let me zoom? Yeah, it does. Oh, no, it don't. It let me zoom just as much as that one do. No, it don't. It's better. All right, let me zoom. Let me come back. Let me see. Let me come back to y'all. We're going to close out with this, right? We're uncovering mysteries. First of all, y'all see this sister with the afro? This crazy work. Watch this one. Watch this sister up here. You got to be kidding me. Look at this afro, bro. Look at this. Yo, if they don't be erasing our history, you got to be nuts. This is where they became Helen. Look, she is straight blackety black. She got white pearls on. She got a white pearl thing headband on. She got her earrings on with a straight curly afro. The dude back here next to her got a curly shag or whatever he got going on. Afro. Hold on. Let's scroll down. Look at this sister fro. 2 earrings, same headband, curly fro. All right? Look at Helen himself. Got a white fro like Mashiach. 2 black babies. This dude got the curly fro. You got to be kidding me. Let's see who else up here. That's another curly fro. You say, and she got a beard? Elder is silly. Who? Wait, which sister got a beard? Let me see. Elder, you silly. Which sister got a beard? She ain't got no beard. Hold on, let me see the other one up top. He thought that was a beard. That's the shadow, Elder, from the painting. That's not a beard. That's hilarious. That's a shadow from the painting. But no, these are straight froze. Bro, they got straight fro. And look, they got winged, they little goddesses and stuff that they put, right? So she's probably like a queen or something. This is crazy. So Helen's is black. Look at his black babies. That part blew me away. I said, so, and of course he is, because as I showed you on the island of Minoan and the Mycenaeans, the black snake goddess, right? And even the white, they worship the black snake goddess. So the Hellenes, which would make sense because they were mixed. You understand? And they look mixed because they got the curl. They got the little curl to it, right? But they straight fro, right? But some of us, we ain't got to be mixed to have our curly. I don't mean to put that on people. People think that we come in all shapes and forms, right? We don't got to be mixed to have our hair like that. But this black. So the Greek god Helens. Oh, there go another one at the top. Look. I'm glad I did that. So look, this is the vase, right? Look, let's look at the top of the vase. Look at that. Look at that fro. They got straight afros, bro. Come on, God. And these are queens. Look at their earrings and jewelry and stuff, right? This civilization, this is back, the Mycenaeans. This is when there's no such thing as Greece, before the Philae became Hellenes, the Hellenists. They straight black. Very detailed, right? Very clear as day. That's crazy, bro. Beautiful vase. When y'all want this? Oh, what's it? They got stuff up at the top too. Oh, I didn't even see that up there. What's up there in the handles? Hold on, let me see. That look like white people up there. Let's see. Let's see if we. Oh, it won't get that big. Let's see what was way up at the top. Hold on. That look like a white. Yeah, I look like a white person. That's funny. They don't look too happy. Is that horns coming out? what is that coming out? They look like they white. No disrespect, it just. But we'll see. Yeah, that is horns. Maybe that's supposed to be some type of. Those are horns. That's crazy. That's crazy. I didn't do it. Don't y'all get mad at. Don't get mad at me. Those are definitely horns coming out the head. All right, I didn't even know that was up there until I made it small. That's crazy work. But again, they doing these gods. Don't get mad because we showed the black Minoan lady with the snake gods with the with the boob gods out. All right, that's definitely horns. I know some horns when I see horns. And these are the queens. That's the queen. Wow. All right, so that's Helen's. Elder Yayaizan, you got your who is Helen's. Elder, I'd have been mad at myself if I would have closed out and I forgot to show you actually who Helen's was. Like, that's why you like, who is Helen's? Elder was like, who in the hell is Helen's? I'm like, Helen's is where the Greeks, he's the son of Deculion and Zeus. And next week, I'm going to go into showing you the crazy darkest. Oh my goodness. Next week, we going into Hellenes. We're going into, before they came Greek, and we're going into the craziest stuff you ever seen. I thought I was going to do it tonight, but it's all right. We got a lot of teaching tonight. I praise y'all. I know I did good because I taught a lot of y'all's tongue and dispelled a lot of the falseness of us Biblios, this Bible, and Circe with the church, and all of the books of the Barayam and Shamayat. Now y'all know the name for Exodus, Bahamad Barayah for the book of Numbers. You understand? So I know I did good. Praise y'all. So, because usually sometimes I be feeling bad like I didn't do good. But praise y'all. Even though I do all this work, I'm kind of hard on myself, right? But next time, we're going to go in and it's going to be crazy. I ain't have time to get into it tonight. All right? All right. So, Helen. All right, there go Helen. Now we know who Helen is. And Helen is where the Greeks are become the Hellenes. And they Hellenistic empire. They Hellenized the whole world under a black god. That's crazy. That part is nuts. But it would make sense because all they came under. First of all, tribe of Dan mixed with the Demos, right? The Demo clan, and made them the Philae tribe, right? And they was on the Mycenaean. And they, right now, y'all, that's crazy. That it was all, boy, it always comes back to the original seed, right? And they're from the Minoans. So now y'all know who the Minoans is. Y'all learn who the Mycenaeans is. Y'all learn what the actual original island of Crete, the kingdom of Knossos, all of it. Now y'all can understand who Helens was. Now next time we're gonna go in and you're gonna get to see the craziest stuff you've ever seen in your life. I swear it's the craziest stuff you ever see in your life. But praise y'all, it's already done. So next time with that, I should be able to get started right away with that because that's gonna be fun. All right, it's gonna be fun because it's so nasty and crazy. I'm like, these people, and with that, you're gonna understand there's no way we should be following any manuscripts that was written by these people. Do you understand? Oh, next week is Halloween. Because once I show what I'm gonna show next week, there's no way, I don't care if you Christian, you're a fool if you follow anything that these people wrote. You should want to have nothing at all in any shape, form, or fashion to do with these sick civilization. Well, not civilized, uncivilization. And they wrote this Christian Bible, this religion. The Romans did it from the Greek. This is part 3 or 2 of how the Greeks wrote the Bible. All right? Explain step by step. I didn't get to do too many of my steps. I got a lot more steps, but it is what it is. Hopefully y'all had enough food to feast on. Praise Yah for all the ayadah, for the revelation, the revealing. Thank you. This was part 2, the exposing. Because by the time we get through this series, you're going to know everything about Alexandria, Greek, Rome, Mycenae. You're going to know their cultures, their gods, their religion, what they worship, and how they created this book, and why we already knew Circe. You're going to know Serapis, the Creeks. You're going to know everything. Can't nobody tell you nothing. You're going to be, and once you know what the world, it's there for the world to know, but the world is ignorant. They don't want to learn. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Come out of her, my people. Come out of her. All right. All praise to the Most High. Thank you, Elder Yahya Yazan. Thank you for covering the house. Thank you, Hakyama, for covering the house. Thank you, young Elder Yashiyaha, for covering the house. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly Ministries, House of Yah, for covering the house in the chat. Hopefully everybody worldwide and those who watch on the replay, you start to learn Yah's uncovering historical facts, truth. Praise the Most High, that is allowing so many receipts, so many sculptures, artifacts, pictures, frescoes, paintings, entranceways, palaces, and I got a lot more I ain't show yet. May the Most High cover and bless you all. We live again Wednesday, Eastern Standard Time, 9 p.m. Everybody worldwide, still with 2 in the morning, still 52, 53 of us here. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shalom, Jacob Castro. Shabbat Shalom, House of Yah. I see y'all on Monday. And all right, thank you, Elder. All right, Shalom, House of Yah. Hopefully y'all well fed. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shalom. Be the light. Praise Yah for teaching us the whole truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help us, the Most High Yah. That's what we're called to do. All right. Shalom from House of Yah to Yah worldwide. Shabbat Shalom. Shabbat is a set apart day. Shalom, peace and blessings of the Most High on a set apart day. Shalom, everybody worldwide.
He took yours and hooks us tight, a gift from your eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Hallelujah. Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High. You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He had secured